Hello. Hello. Sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, Mawai sir.
Yes, sir.
People.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Sir, this time,
Yes.
video is.
Hello,
बालके सर आवाज
Professor.
येतोय?
Hello, Bhalke. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir. Ramarao, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग
Yeah.
रामाराव सर.
Yes, sir. Sir, Professor Burman, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Good morning, sir. Hello.
Good morning, sir. Burman, sir.
Good morning.
या गुड मॉर्निंग.
We'll wait for Shinde, sir, and Vaidya, sir. Then we'll start.
माझा आवाज लॅग होत नाही ना रे?
No, sir. No, it is clearly audible.
Good morning, sir.
आवाज
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
मॉर्निंग.
Morning.
नमस्कार वायकर सर. साडेला बरोबर.
Yes. Congratulations, Dr. Burmani ji. Congratulations, Dr. Balke ji.
गुड मॉर्निंग वायकर सर.
Namaskar. Nice to see you. Okay. You are looking fresh today.
थँक्यू.
And
Monday.
Balke ji is also still looking here and there.
yes.
Trying to PC के पीछे क्या छुपा है देख रहे हो.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I thought you're looking पीछे क्या है PC के. नोटबुक के पीछे क्या है नोटबुक के पीछे. आप दोनों का भी बहुत बहुत क्या बोलते हैं उसको अभिनंदन. खूब आभार. अभिनंदन खूब अभिनंदन आभार दोनों.
धन्यवाद सर.
Congratulations. All the best.
Sir, Shinde साहेबांना फोन करू.
करना. वैद्य सर जॉईन झाले. केलं तर
सर मी जॉईन केले की जॉईन केले मी जॉईन झालं ना झालं.
Okay, वैद्य सर, गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
व्हेरी गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
Yeah.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
Good morning, Vaidya sir. Dr. Bormani here.
Yes sir. Good morning. How are you sir?
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Yes sir. Everything is fine?
Yes, sir.
Yes sir, very good.
Sir, we will start within couple of minutes. Our
So,
joint
no
secretary-
problem sir, as per your convenience. No problem sir, as per your convenience.
Yes, sir.
Yes sir. So how many participants are registered?
549 participants are registered.
549?
Yes, sir.
Wow,
We have
great
received
sir, great.
participation from 11 different states.
Yeah, very good. No, great. That is your credentials sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your support, blessings.
Sir, very few institutes have touched a figure of 500. Very few. And you have crossed 500.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, great.
बालके सर, शिंदे सरांचा झाला कॉन्टॅक्ट?
सर, बिझी लागतो फोन त्यांचा. काय करतोय मी?
Black.
हॅलो नवले मॅडम.
सर, शिंदे सर 2 मिनिटात जॉईन होतात.
हा येस सर.
हा मॅडम, 2 मिनिटात सर जॉईन होते. मग आपण
Hello. Hello. Mic.
LHP ची ऑर्डर काय वगैरे पेंडिंग?
सर नमस्कार. वेलकम
ओम
सर.
नमः शिवाय सर. ओम नमः शिवाय सर. ओम नमः शिवाय. Yes sir.
Om Namah Shivaya, sir. Welcome, sir.
Om Namah Shivaya sir.
Sir, with your kind permission, shall we start the program?
Yeah, please sir, please sir, please sir.
Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you. Mawai, sir.
Hello. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Good afternoon. I, Mrs. Vaishnavi Navle, Assistant Professor in ENTC Department, welcome Professor Vijay Vaidya, Executive Secretary, IST New Delhi, Shri P. Shinde sir, Joint Secretary, AISSMS Society, D.S. Purmane sir, Chairman, BOS, ENTC, STTP, Principal, AISSMS College of Engineering, Dr. D.G. Bhalke sir, HOD, AISSMS CEO, and Convener of STTP Program, Dr. N.P. Maurice, and dear participants, I welcome you for 1 week of the IST final short-term training refresh program. Let us begin up with Saraswati, goddess of knowledge, music, art, wisdom. For this, I call upon Miss Mihika.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you so much, Mihika. I request our Chief Guest, Professor Vijay Vaidya sir, Shri S.P. Shinde sir, Joint Secretary, AISSMS Society, and Dr. D.S. Purmane sir, Principal, AISSMS College of Engineering, to please accept felicitation in virtual mode. Thank you, everyone. Now I request Dr. D.G. Bhalke sir, HOD, ENTC Department, to brief objective of this refresher program.
Okay. Thank you, madam. I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to one and all. President of the function, Honorable Shri Shinde sir, Joint Secretary, AISSMS College of Engineering, Pune. Chief guest of the function, Dr. Vijay Vaidya, Executive Secretary, IST New Delhi. Honorable Principal and Chairman, BOS ANTC SPP Pune, Dr. D.S. Burmane sir. Resource persons, Dr. Vaikar sir from Singapore, Dr. C.B. Ramarao sir, Professor, NIT Warangal, Principals and Head of the Department of various colleges, dear participants and my colleagues. I, Dr. D.G. Bhalke, Head of the Department, take this honor to welcome you all for the 1 week STTP refresher program on project-based learning organized by Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering of AISSMS Pune in association with BOS ENTC SPP Pune. First of all, I congratulate BOS authorities of SPP Pune for taking initiative to introduce project-based learning in engineering curriculum. It is a great initiative taken by the university to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. Now, the project-based learning is a part of first year and the second year curriculum, which is introduced in the 2019 course. As this course is newly introduced in the curriculum, so it is becoming very difficult to implement across all the colleges. Many faculty members are implementing in different ways. So therefore, the Department of ENTC of SPP Pune has taken initiative to organize 1 week short-term training program on project-based learning. So definitely this project-based learning workshop will help all the faculty members across the nation to implement smoothly in all the colleges. Basically, project-based learning is a student-centric learning activity that involves a dynamic classroom approach. It is believed that students acquire a deeper knowledge through active exploration of real-world challenges and problems. Students learn about a subject by working for an extended period of time to investigate and respond to a complex question, challenge, or a problem. Project-based learning emphasizes learning activities that are long-term, interdisciplinary, and student-centered. So project-based learning is more than just doing a project, meaning one can learn a lot through project. For instance, a team working on a live project in any area can learn through challenges of project. They can find the solution to those challenges, and in solution finding journey, team explores a lot. So with this practical approach, student takes a lot of interest in learning. So this project-based learning shapes the student to be ready to work for the organization. It adds as an experience for student. Theoretical concept learned sometimes become difficult to remember, but practical knowledge stays forever. So the project-based learning approach will definitely enhance learning ability of the student. So all the colleges faculty member are working hard to enhance the learning ability of the student. Nowadays, the classroom teaching or the traditional teaching learning process has become the board for the student. So therefore, the student learning facility so need to be incorporated into the teaching learning process so that the learning ability of the student will be improved. So the PBL will play a constructive role to make engineers aware and strengthen for future opportunities. Upcoming engineers can contribute for Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme as an entrepreneur. They can start their own startup, and it will help to increase the opportunity to build our own business, which will transform various industries. So the PBL will help to understand industries, processes, project details, use case, which will helpful to integrate and develop new skills according to industrial revolution and requirement. So PBL should be implemented precisely in all colleges. For example, the various example or the problems can be identified such as a profitable business with actual documentation of the real world business metrics such as the profit, loss, cost control, etc. So during this problem identification, student will identify how to increase the profit of the company. So how to make a plan. So then they will do the literature survey. So many things they will learn through this particular problem. So such kind of the different problems can be given to the student. So the faculty member are finding it very difficult what kind of the problem should be given to the student. So during this, the 1 week short-term training program, we have invited the resource person from the national and the international level who are the eminent in this particular area. So they are going through various topics such as the project-based learning, the philosophy, then the documentation, the design thinking, then the innovation. So such kind of the things can be covered into this particular short-term training program, and definitely that will add value to all the faculty member, and it will help them to implement the project-based learning very smoothly. So I am very much thankful to the principal and the management of the institute for providing unconditional support to organize such kind of the activities in our college, which will add value to the society. So always the AISSMS COI is committed to our vision, which is service to society through quality education. I hope all you will enjoy this particular the faculty development program, and appeal you all to take the active participation and wish great learning to one and all. Thank you very much. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking initiative in organizing this event and briefing the objective behind this workshop. Now I request our beloved principal, sir, Dr. D.S. Purmane, sir, to guide the participants.
Thank you, Honorable Madam. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Honorable Sri Suresh Pratap Shinde, sir, President of today's function. Chief guest of today's function, Vijay Vaidya, sir, Executive Secretary, IST, New Delhi. Respected Dr. C.B. Ramarao, Professor, NIT Warangal, Dr. Vaikar, sir, Dr. Balke, faculty members, and dear participants. First of all, I thank and congratulate AISSMS department for accepting our invitation of US to conduct this activity for the teachers of Cyberpuri University as well as others from other states also, because this subject is not limited to only one university or one discipline, it is for all. And nowadays it's a very, very essential topic. I really appreciate that you have chosen this topic and conducting 1 week STTP to make aware the faculty members about this, how to implement this project-based learning. Just I will take a couple of minutes to introduce my organization. Those are joining first time this institute. For information of them, this AISSMS is All India Sri Shivaji Memorial Society. It started way back in 1917 by His Highness Shah Chhatrapati Maharaj of Kolhapur. And our college AISSMS started way back in 1992 under umbrella of AISSMS. And we are running 8 undergraduate programs in engineering, namely chemical, civil, computer, electrical, electronics, telecommunication, mechanical, and we have 2 industry-oriented programs, mechanical sandwich and production sandwich. We have 7 PG programs, we have 3 research centers, along with where the students and faculty members and support of our management, especially our 3 Secretary, Honorable Sri STTP, Joint Secretary Sri Suresh Pratap Shinde, sir, Treasurer Raju Patil, sir, and all of them continuously supporting us, motivating us, and backing us to conduct various activities. And because of which we achieved many achievements in the last few years. College is accredited by NAC with A+ grade. College is recognized as a mentor college by UGC under Parama scheme, where we are mentoring and supporting other colleges for NAC preparation. College got best professional college out by Pune University. College is listed under gold category as well as the STCI Industry Institute Initiative. And so many activities, achievements we are achieving, and it is because of the support of all of you. And again, contribution of all the stakeholders. Continuously, they are giving some inputs and suggestions, which we are following and incorporating to improve the system further. Just coming to this today's topic, project-based learning, Bhaskar has rightly mentioned and elaborated. I thank all my viewers, colleagues, chairmen, taking initiative and introduce this project-based learning right from first engineering itself. So I introduced this in curriculum 2019, which is started in the last year. But unfortunately, because of pandemic, students could not enjoy this activity, project-based learning. There, this same activity is extended for second engineering also, and third we have mini project and final web project concept. So the main motto behind this is to have a more practical exposure to the students through this project-based learning, where we are expecting a group of 5 to 6 students to come together and work on a different problems. The problems may be theoretical, it may be practical, social, technical, symbolic, culture, or scientific, and students should grow out of this. And we are expecting it should be sort of an interdisciplinary concept, and which is expected in now new education policy also. So that in that direction, we'll all viewers come together, and we have decided to have this particular, and we highlighted 2 credits for this also. Here we are expecting the students should understand various concepts and other behind this through this particular. They should take a task or a activity, and through this activity, they should do the literature survey. They should find the market, the status and condition of that particular problem related. If you take the example of NCD, it's a simple example where the group of students can work on that. They can do a lot of market survey, find out the various models, their specification, their characteristics, and their specializations, and they can prepare the report on that. They can understand the economy behind this. So that is the that is expected through this particular task or activity. They should understand the economics, finance, and they should understand how to work in a team, how to inquire, how to do the literature survey, how to prepare a report, how to present that report. All is expected under this project-based learning, and which will help for, if you think about the NB also, for addressing the higher order POs, this type of activity also help. And all the students are really participating, so you can showcase or you can map this activity for higher order POs also, which are not easily mapped through your course outcome, because first 6 are easily mapped through COs, but higher order we need different activities. This is one of the best activity where students will be getting exposure, practical exposure. They are working in a group, and so I appeal all my teachers, those are participating in this particular last 2 years because of pandemic. We could not do much in this project-based learning. We're done on the online or theoretical, but now the situation is good. The colleges are open, students are coming. So I appeal all of you to implement this particular activity very rigorously and effectively. And once in a week, student can come together, discuss with the mentor. It's not need to call daily for them. You give the task weekly basis. You can maintain the logbooks, what they are doing throughout that week. And 1 or 2 hours you can have interaction with the students, and can give further instruction for them. As far as South Pune University is concerned, we have given some parameters for assessment and evaluation, and some weightages for this also. There should be 5% mark for the idea inception. Then we are expecting some outcome or problem solving skills to this particular, what type of solution is provided. So all it's taken consideration, that is documentation, where we are expecting gathering of the requirement, design, modeling, implementing, execution, use of technology, and preparing the final documentation and final reports. And we are also expecting the students to demonstrate this. They should we have a habit of preparing the presentation and giving the presentation. Right from first evening we have started this, and they definitely if they do very, and if possible they should participate in a competition, or they should publish a paper based on that. And then 5% weightage were given for the awareness and consideration of environmental issues or social issues, ethics, safety measures, legal aspects. So we're trying to give all these parameters to the students for this particular activity. So it's a really important activities, because it will help along with your traditional teaching learning process. And we are expecting the students will do fantastic. So I appeal all the teachers to work on this very effectively, and it's a good opportunity for all the teachers to have a good outcome, good solutions. From you can take some social related small problems, and you can extend these activities for second year also, and third and final year also. In that way also you can think. You can identify a group of students in first year itself, and same activity can be further extended. A lot of research can be done, and further it can be improved. So I will once again congratulate Dr. Parkin and his entire team. I thank Vaidya sir, Ramarao sir, Becker sir, specifically our Honorable Joint Secretary Shinde sir, for sparing your valuable time and attending this particular activity, and we are eager to listen your motivational advice for all the participants coming from different locations. It's not only from Maharashtra, but some participants are participating from other states also. Thank you. Over to Naule, madam.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your motivating words and always encouraging us to organize events in benefit of faculty and students. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Shri S.P. Shinde sir, Joint Secretary, AISSMS Society, to please share his views and guide participants.
Om Namah Shivaya. I welcome all the dignitaries and the participant teachers, faculty members in this particular project-based learning 7 days or 5 days program. It's 5 days program. And definitely the help of IST is there. It's a self-finance program. Whenever we say IST, I remember Dr. Pratap Singh Desai, who is always supporting us. Vaidya sir is also there. I can see him today. Welcome, Vaidya sir.
Thank you, sir.
Om Namah Shivaya. So, this project-based learning, yes, this program is conducted by ENTC department, but it should not be only restricted to this one particular department. It is a project-based learning is a subject where various departments should come together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is open for all.
No. While forming the groups for a specific task and giving them the projects is a task with the teachers, faculty members. They should have a joint meeting of various departments in the institution or even out of institutions also. And they should make the groups of the students from various departments together for one task.
Yeah. That's good idea.
Interdisciplinary, if we make it, because now if you see the technology which is upgrading day to day, the differences are there. Even a mechanical engineer has to be with the full-fledged knowledge of software and other activities, as well as he should be aware of materials that comes to metallurgy, even the chemical engineering, some aspects are there in between. So the team is of all the students of all the departments together and make a good formation of a group is a first task with the faculty members. They should have that particular sense of making a group.
Sir, 157. 157.
So after making these groups, identification of projects is a very important factor for the faculty members. They have to conduct and visit as under the specific direction given by the Dr. Burmane sir. Every faculty members, one faculty, two industries, that is what they have done in AISSMS COE. We have more than 20,000 MSMEs around Pune. So the advantage of those industries, visiting those industries, we can find out a specific project requirement, a task, and that should be given to the students so they can understand what exactly the industry wants from them, and that knowledge will be a valuable knowledge for their future, and even for the making the good projects, they will have that particular contacts with the industries. For design, even the design, the orthodox designs earlier what we were having, just if we go to the press shop of like a Bharat Forge or something, forging shop, the total machinery is now day by day changing to some advanced technology, and they are coming forward with the particular activity. Then the same way, the tooling on those particular machines, any machine you take, not only the forging shop, even the tool cutting and other turning, any machinery working, everywhere now ENTC, ETNDC, IT people and everything all are involved in these particular activities. software is there. So on these particular grounds, when we think about this particular way to go ahead, the students should be that active and teachers should motivate them in that particular direction. For that, they should be prepared first for project-based learning. And for that project-based PBL, definitely this particular activity is an in-process activities, development projects are there. Out of that, while going forward with those particular projects, I have confidence on our students. They can innovate some good ideas better than what their existing ideas they are following in the industry. Then they can think of becoming an entrepreneur and have a project of startups. Two different things are there. When you go for this particular activity of online processes, and startups are different. When we go for the project with the startup of a particular product, in our days, we used to think about plant and machinery, site where the project should be started, power availability, and material available, all the parts available nearby. In 90s, Tata Motor Company, they did a big job to bring all the industries, whatever their vendors, just within the vicinity, within the distance of say 1 or 2 kilometers nearby their major industry. That trend has come up. After that, qualitative measure, even the project on quality base working is also can be a project. Now, all the industries, they have made and curtailed their logistics activity in their industry. That called, we can put it in terms of space management also. A huge stores are no more in the industry belt nowadays. They see the inventory just for the 1 hour base or so that they should not have any store as such, and the space occupied by the stores in the factory is used for some other work. That can be also a project, and that project can be also worked out by the students, how it has come up. Now, I said about the quality. They big industries like Tata Motors or so, what they have done now, they have made an entrepreneur, MSMEs, so competent that they should have their own quality measures, and directly the product manufactured by MSME will go online directly for the further assembly or manufacturing activity. So the quality department of a big industry is also percolated to the MSMEs and in their sectors. That can be also a good project. On that also, how they have done it. That assessment can be a good project-based learning for the students. Make a group and go ahead with that also, that what I feel myself. Metal. Now, in entire world, on the environmental point of view, they have restricted, said the test of ROHS, restrictions on hazardous substances in the manufacture activity. Maybe plastic or maybe metal, any metal. They have restricted lead content and other so many other activities. They are restricted worldwide, which is environmental base, and they are going to cause something bad for the total environment. So they have stopped that particular things approaching in the manufacture activity. So that can be again project-based learning. What are those? How they are measured and how they can evaluate it without destructing the product manufactured by the MSME or any other industry. How is the certification systems are made for this particular activity? This can be also project-based learning. These are day-to-day upcoming activities in the market and in the field of industry, and which is also related with the economical, qualitative, cost reduction based activity that can be also project for based project-based learning for the students. PBL is a vast field. For every activity, the cost, because everywhere the cost is very important factor playing on the role. For that, definitely, students should realize how is the account side is also very important. Costing is also very important for every activity they involve in the particular product. They should be competent to find the break-even point of every product, how it can become in the actual working, practical working, and the reality in the market. If they go in that way, first, the teachers, faculty members who are participating in this particular field now today, they should earn this particular knowledge themselves, be competent on that particular issues, so that they can face the students in a very decent way. This is a challenge with the faculty members participating and involving themselves in PBL. I am confident there are so many good speakers Dr. Bhalke have found and brought them on this particular platform for this 5 days program. They are going to add much more knowledge in this particular field, and this program will be having a grand success, and this will help not only AISSMS COEs to faculty members, but throughout India. This particular formula will be implemented all the way. I'm not going a long way to say I have not touched the agricultural based projects. That PBL is also very important to go now. Labor is not available in the farms and farming industry. So how to make it without labor, curtailing the number of labors required. I have seen yesterday, 2 days back, when I was on the field somewhere going on the rural area, the sugarcane cutting, slotting, and filling up directly to the truck or tractor. Really, total automation done, and that was the real show. Hundreds of labor who used to work on the actual farm to cut the sugarcane, then cut and send it by truck and to the particular sugar factory. The shortcuts they have made, time management they could do. That can be also a good project for project-based PBL, project-based learning. I give all the best. I should say it's a challenge to adopt these particular activities by the faculty members, and they will do it under the guidance of Dr. Bormane and other team who has participated in these particular things. We should not forget about SPPU, who have also given the support for this particular program. IST is always there. Dr. Desai's help and support. I have seen his name also in the speaker list also. I should thank for him also in advance to be with us, to be with AISSMS. Thank you very much, all the participants. Keep it up, have the patience, and go ahead with the 5 days program. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable views and for your constant support in organizing various events. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Vijay Vaidya, sir, Executive Secretary, IST, New Delhi. He has obtained his BTech degree, Civil Engineering from Karnataka Regional Engineering College, Surathkar, Karnataka, in 1981. He worked in the field with AFCONS, Mumbai at different sites in Karnataka, AP, Goa, MP, etc. and also worked with designer firm and did structural designing for different types of structures like residential, commercial, industrial, and public buildings. He joined teaching field in 1985 as lecturer in the Civil Engineering Department in Government Polytechnic. He worked in different capacities in Government of Maharashtra, includes lecturer in Civil Engineering, Head of Civil Engineering, Training and Placement Officer, Vice Principal and Principal. He has worked in administration in Directorate of Technical Education, Mumbai as Assistant Director, worked as Deputy Secretary in Maharashtra State Board of Technical Education, Mumbai, which deals with diploma education in Maharashtra. He is having number of achievements in his credit. Few of them are during field work at site, completed time-bound projects. Government Polytechnic Kolhapur got accredited by NBA during the tenure of principal. Pioneer in designing G-Scheme curriculum for MSBT Mumbai. Developed online monitoring system of institutes for MSBT Mumbai and is still in practices for deciding performance. Enhanced industry relation and involvement by industry at every stage of service. He written book on valuation. He attended various national and international conferences, presented papers in national conferences. Professor Vaidya is an Executive Council member of IST since 2012 and he is presently serving as Executive Secretary of IST. He has adopted various measures to reduce expenses. He activated various programs and activities as per the policy of Honorary President and directives of Executive Council. Professor Vaidya is working hard for the development and progress of IST. We welcome you, sir, here for this inaugural function, and I request you to please take over the session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for my beautiful introduction. Good afternoon to one and all. Sri SP Shinde, sir, Joint Secretary, AISSMS Society, Pune. Dr. DS Burmane, sir, Principal and Chairman of BOS. Dr. DG Bhalke, sir, Head of the Department. Dr. Mavle, sir, Coordinator. Dr. Vaikar, sir, Dr. Ramarao, and other resource persons, other eminent personalities present for this inauguration, and my dear participants. First of all, congratulations to AISSM College of Engineering Pune for selecting such an innovative and need-based topic, that is project-based learning, for organizing this faculty development program. And really, considering the efforts taken by you, I don't have any doubt that the program will be of a grand success. Now, Sri Shinde sir has already pointed out some of the important features, and I really appreciate the suggestions given by him. That first thing is that, first and foremost thing is that project-based learning is the best learning, because whenever you have some problem, or now even if you consider any, when you give any project to the students, when the students are working on the project, they start in depth about the necessity and the requirements of that project, and ultimately with different solutions they come out with the best possible solution for them, and there they learn a lot. And similarly, as Shinde sir has pointed out, it is a need to have a multidisciplinary projects. Last few years back, I had an opportunity to visit IIT Mumbai, and I have seen that such type of multidisciplinary approach was considered in IIT Mumbai. What they did is they had some group to design some project. That time when I visited, they were designing some defense equipment for defense purpose. And that time when during the discussion they told that they have involved students from all disciplines, means mechanical students were there, electrical students were there, then computer IT students were also there, means in order to complete everything in a best possible manner. And see, one thing, for every field, or suppose if it is related with programming and all, IT person is required. For wiring, means electrical connections and all, electrical person will. So that is a good suggestion, and I feel that participants, just when you are attending this type of program, just see the concept behind this, because everyone will agree that project based learning is there, but only thing is that how effectively you can do it, that is very important. And another thing is that now if there will be a session on NEP, National Education Policy, and you'll find that National Education Policy also stresses the importance of research. It says that research should be encouraged at each and every level. Means presently, if you consider our curriculum, we are not giving much emphasis to the research, but NEP clearly mentions that there should be emphasis on the research. And when you think of this, then these project-based learning is a quite important thing, wherein which the student get an opportunity to learn something, and they start thinking, they start using their brain, and ultimately they come out with the certain solutions. Now, when you consider this is the AICTE program, and it is expected that faculty should be given the knowledge in emerging areas, as well as the areas which knowledge will help them to develop their students who will be ready to face the future challenges. We all are aware that whatever is technology is changing at such a rapid rate that it is very difficult to predict what is going to happen tomorrow. Another thing is that one important feature is that today whatever jobs are there, most of the jobs are going to become obsolete in due course. Means whatever jobs we are having, many of them are going to become obsolete, but at the same time new types of jobs are going to come in future, and it is our duty to make our student ready to face the future challenges. Now we have to remember that we are a supplier to the industry. We have to consider the need of the industry, and accordingly we have to deliver our product. That is very important. And in this case, I just remember a quote by Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, he has quoted that don't go to your customer and ask them what they want. He said that just don't go to your customer and ask them what they want. Because if you ask them, definitely they will tell you something that we want such and such a thing. And when you start working on that, and when you will be ready with that product, and when you will go to the customer, that time they will say that, oh yes sir, it's a good thing, but now we don't need this, we need something else. Means our needs are changed during this period. So I feel that it is the thing which every teacher should remember, that when our students are going in the field, they must get the knowledge they need. Somebody should mute it. Somebody.
George sir, please mute your mic. George sir.
It is our duty to ensure that our students, when they will go to the industry, they must have the knowledge which industry needs at that time. And that is why teachers should be aware about the new trends and technologies. They should have knowledge in that area, and they have to train the students in that direction. When you think of all these things, the question definitely may arise that where is the opportunity for us to learn? Where is the opportunity to undergo training? So here you will find that AICTE, ISD are having lot more opportunities to undergo different types of trainings. The AICTE is having lot more initiatives in different areas which are good for students, faculty and institutes. So just see that whatever is best possible for you, which suits you, you can go for that. In addition to that, considering the importance of training in NEP, because NEP clearly states that every faculty should undergo training at a regular interval, and he should keep his knowledge at par with the latest trends and technologies. So when such thing is there, you will find that lot more agencies, even government agencies, AICTE, state directorates and others will come out with various initiatives for training the faculties, and only thing is that you have to get trained in different areas and to suit yourself and to equip yourself with the latest knowledge, and that you have to pass it on. Now in IST also we are doing lot more activities. One simple activity I feel it is necessary to mention here. There may be some persons from IT or computer or discipline. So here we have collaborated with BNY Mellon, a multinational company, for training the teachers in emerging areas. Presently we have identified two areas, AI/ML and IoT. And here we, to the selected teachers, we are giving 2 months vigorous training in these areas. So 2 months vigorous training will be given to the teachers in this area by experts. And at the end of the training, teachers will be well versed to do something concrete project in this area. And now when you talk about this, the thing is important feature is that it is totally free. Neither institute nor faculty member have to pay a single paisa, and whereas for IoT program we are providing toolkit free of cost. So this is a win-win situation for every teacher, but only one condition is there, that after completion of their training program they have to train at least 100 students in their institute in the area in which they have got the training. Means it is a train the trainer program, and wherein which we expect that whatever knowledge they have gained through our scheme, that should be passed on or penetrate to the students of their institute, and that should benefit their students. So this is a good initiative from IST, and I feel that participants as well as others can take advantage of this, and this is a really good scheme to develop yourself, wherein which you will get a thorough knowledge. At the same time you will have an opportunity to train the students in new emerging areas. Now when you consider all these things, another thing is that the question may be asked, sir, where is the opportunity for students to undergo training? So this is already I have mentioned. In addition to that, I feel that for that case you have to make IST student chapter active, wherein which under IST student chapter it is to be ensured that different activities are to be conducted for the betterment of students. And the important feature of this IST student chapter is that all activities are to be conducted by students only. The students have to conduct the activity, and staff advisor will only guide them. And surprisingly, you see that when you give freedom to the students to do different activities, organize various activities, they organize in such an excellent manner which we never imagined, and that gives rise to the hidden potential which they are having, that gives the exposure, and they can identify the potential among them, and that definitely will help them in their future. So with this, I really appreciate the whole team for organizing such a innovative training program for the faculty members, and particularly AISSM group is always with IST for various activities, and there is no need to say that they will be with us, because we are 101% sure that all these people will be with us for future many endeavors of IST that are going to come in nearby future. So with this, I wish all the best for the program, and also wish all the participants a better prospects with the use of this training program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving deep sense of knowledge on importance of PBL, and effective conduction of PBL will always benefit students and faculty. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor N.P. Maule, sir, to present a vote of thanks for this event. Over to you, sir.
Hello, madam. I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I am Professor Nitin Maude, coordinator of this 1 week online STTP, online IST self-sponsored short-term training program on project-based learning. Privileged to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of Department of ENTC, AISSMS College of Engineering, Pune, I am thankful to today's chief guest, Professor Vijay Vaidya sir, Executive Secretary, IST New Delhi, for his precious time and motivational address to all the participants of STTP. I am also thankful to Honorary Secretary AISSMS Society, Pune, Sri Malojiraje Chhatrapati for his motivational, inspirational, for his motivation, inspiration, and support to organize such STTP. I am also thankful to Honorary Joint Secretary AISSMS Society Pune, Sri Suresh Shinde sir, and the President of this event for his precious time and inspirational address to all the STTP participants. I am also thankful to guest of honor Dr. D.S. Gormane sir and the Chairman BOS ENTC Engineering SPPU Pune and the Principal AISSMS College of Engineering Pune for his motivational address and just giving the concept why this project-based learning is introduced in SPPU Pune. Also, I'm very much thankful to him for his constant support to organize such STTP in our organization. I'm also thankful to IST New Delhi for sponsoring this STTP refresher program, 1 week of 6 days duration under the self-finance category. I'm also thankful to BOS ENTC Engineering for technically supporting this STTP public refresher program on project-based learning. I'm also thankful to distinguished guests, those who are attending this event, principals, head of the departments, and all participants for their presence and to make this event, STTP event, a grand success. Last but not least, I'm also thankful to the convener of this event, Dr. D.G. Balke sir, and all organizing faculty team, non-teaching staff, students, volunteers. Without your support and cooperation and help, this STTP refresher program was not successful. So thank you all once again. Stay home, stay safe, and Jai Hind. Before ending, just I may request all the participants to start your video so that we can capture the a good movement, and that will be a good memory for us. So please start your video for 1 minute.
Nowadays, sir, Inamdar sir has joined. So after the photo session, immediately we'll start.
Yeah, sir, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to you for this session. Inamdar sir.
Good afternoon and thank you very much.
Namaskar, Inamdar sir.
Thank you very much.
Namaskar.
Okay. Thank you very much all for your time and all. So the same link will be continued for the next 6 days. So kindly be with us. Over to and with the permission of all the dignitaries and president of this event, I declare that the inauguration ceremony is over, and I will just hand over this mic to the next anchor, Professor Vidya Deshmukh Madam. Over to you.
Namaskar, Shinde sir. Shinde sir, namaskar.
Om Namah Shivaya sir. Om Namah Shivaya.
Gormane sir, namaskar.
Om Namah Shivaya sir.
Namaskar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vaidya sir.
Thank you, sir. Gormane sir. Thank you, Mawale sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Madam, you are audible.
Good afternoon, one and all. I, Professor Vidya Deshmukh, on behalf of AISSMS College of Engineering, Electronics and Telecommunication Department, welcome you all for the first session of 1 week online IST Self-Finance Short-Term Training Program approved by IST New Delhi. Today, for the first session, we have Dr. Sandip S. Inamdar, sir, with us. Dr. Sandip S. Inamdar is Bachelor in Electrical Engineering and he completed Master's degree in Control Systems. Sir has completed his doctoral program from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, NITIE, in electrical distribution system efficiency improvement. Currently, Sir is trustee and vice president of Vishwaniketan, an institute created by him and his friends from industry and academia for giving world-class learning experience to Indian students. He has total 33 years of experience in education, out of which 20 plus years he has been leading different academic campuses in capacity of director or principal. He was a Senate member of University of Pune, member of Board of Management, Board of Research of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi. He has participated in 4 European Union projects under Erasmus Mundus programs, which provided 42 fellowships to Indian scholars at the level of master's, PhD, and postdoctoral levels. He has traveled extensively in more than 22 countries and delivered talks in universities abroad. He has deeply studied education systems of developed countries, and he is very strongly convinced that Indian education has to be transformed from theoretical to problem and project based learning. We are honored to have Dr. Inamdar sir with us, and I request him to kindly share his ideas and guide us on project based learning. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bormane and the team, to give me opportunity to be connected with you all. I come straight to the project-based learning vision, and it will be in form of story of myself, because last 22 years I'm completely in project-based learning. So in year 2000, I got my first exposure to universities in Europe and US under our first project called Mobility for Life. And when I saw the education system there, of course, I have worked 20 years before that in Indian education system. It was a big shock. What I realized is predominantly the lifestyle and the pride
Om Namah Shivaya, sir. I'll interrupt you, sir. 1 minute. You are not total visible. Only half. You're half. You should adjust your camera, sir. I'm sorry.
Can you see my face now?
Not complete still. Madam, you just manage yourself to and help Inamdar sir for that.
Because I'm seeing myself.
Yeah, I can also see you.
क्लोजअप मुळे तुमचा प्रॉब्लेम होतो. क्लोजअप थोडं माइक
मागे घ्यायला लागेल तुम्हाला.
Sir, I am speaking from home.
या पण थोडा तुमचा डिस्टन्स तुम्ही वाढवलं तुमचा तर तुमचा चेहरा पूर्ण येईल सर. या नाउ इट इज या
yes
yes sir. I'm sorry I have interrupted you in between. Yeah,
that's perfect. No
yeah please sir. Thank you sir.
So when I got my first exposure, I could see a very different lifestyle of a professor in Europe and US. And I'll be focusing more on teachers here because this is a conference participated by teachers. What I could very easily see is their lifestyle is different. They have pride in what they do. They have tremendous consultancy and product development work, which is part of their daily routine. And they're respected because their usefulness to society is very, very clear. This was very different scenario to me to see that a professor in Denmark delays the appointment of a minister of Denmark and tells him that I am in front with some student. It is a discussion regarding PhD and you may come other time. That was very different scenario for me. Since last 20 years, I'm working with them, and believe me, not a single teacher in my network earns less than $300 per hour. They charge $300 per hour. This shock, and if I just compare I'm a teacher, please don't take my straightforward talk as a criticism, because I'm part of this community. Our teachers are stuck up into arrival departure muster. Our teachers, the maximum inspiration is more increments. We do PhD to acquire scale of professor, and so many such issues. You know, the teachers never invest on themselves. The government, the educational institutions don't invest on teachers. And I could predominantly find that this is because of the basic vision and the method through which developed countries and India conduct education. According to me, we are stuck up tremendously in the cycle of question-answer marks. Our theoretical examinations take two months, and they're very important for us. Whereas developed countries work on project-based learning. Now, because of question-answer marks structure, which was given to us by Britishers, and you know, everybody knows about the Macaulay speech in Parliament about Indian education. When I compared these two things with pain, there was no other option for me as a teacher but to switch to project-based learning. So in 2000, I started getting exposure to PBL. I started learning it. From 2000 till so far, what we have done is we have done 4 European Commission projects through which we got, you know, fellowships for teachers, because we honestly felt that unless teacher is changed, nothing will change. So we did 4 European Commission projects. Around 70 teachers completed their PhD in Europe in project-based learning method abroad. The first PhD in PBL around 2007. Around 2007, 2008, the first teacher in India was sent to do PhD with UNESCO Chair on Project-Based Learning in Denmark. I remember the genuine question by the teacher was, will I be recognized as a professor in mechanical engineering if I complete my PhD in project-based learning? From that scenario in 2007-8, today, I'm very happy that, you know, institutions like AISSMS, SSMS are organizing such kind of 5 days workshops in PBL. I'm very happy. You know, we sent teachers abroad, collective vision was created. We realized the advantages and the precautions to be taken while implementing project-based learning during a very close-knit exposure of teachers with the universities in Europe and US. Then a lot of activities of such kind happened. Every European Commission project gave 20-25 teachers exposure. They went there, they saw the shock which I took, the same shock they also took. And we realized that PBL is a thing which should be done very, very seriously. We also realized that for PBL to be implemented very, very genuinely, we need to work before. We need to work before so that, you know, because PBL is boomerang. If PBL is not implemented in correct spirit, believe me, it destroys the user. So from the experiences we learned that we need to create awareness and start working. Honestly, yes. PBL can give teachers strength and students a fantastic career. In 2012, I created campus with my friends just for a purpose of, creating a platform for India to create project-based learning environment in Indian education. I again reiterate that PBL has tremendous power to transform Indian teachers from question answer mark lifestyle to a consultant's lifestyle, product development lifestyle. This all is possible. India has brain. India is willing to work. Only thing is we need to give them vision. We need to really create opportunities for them. So in nutshell, if I have to speak about PBL, because I'm supposed to speak only on basic principles and fundamentals, I think my colleagues are going to take some workshops here. So in general, if I speak about PBL, it gives you 5 things. It gives you focus. And focus has been a tremendously wanted parameter to be injected in Indian education system. We should ask teachers why you want to teach. We should ask students why you want to learn. Why? Why engineering? Why architecture? After 10 years, where you want to reach? I think those should be predominant questions in the interviews for selection of faculty. And the answer should be really different. Yes. So focus is one important thing. Second is technical and life skills. See, technical skills, I have my personal doubts how much they come through trainings. I think if you put a teacher on project, if you put a teacher on assignment, the earlier speaker was saying about some internship in industry. I think that kind of approach needs to be adopted. Trainings will come and go. I have seen in my 35 years of life, very small change occurred. The change occurs only at awareness level. It doesn't go to scheduling and everyday routine level. We all administrators should really need to work on that. Life skills, extremely important. Unless a teacher is fully expressive and unless he knows what to speak and how to speak and how to conduct himself, how to work in team, life skills are equally important for teachers. Innovation, creativity is the third parameter, and believe me, it cannot come from syllabus. Whatever you do above curriculum will be injecting innovation and creativity. I have a lot of examples. I have somebody called Marina Ruggeri in Italy. She was IEEE vice president also. She has been working on smart homes for last 15 years. Can you imagine? Only smart homes, 15 years. And finally, she reached to a home which can identify diseases, the person's health, and accordingly provide medication also. In 15 years, she could reach there. And that's a part of, innovation and creativity, which would come through the honest research. And finally, we all need to have capacity to solve problems. The same parameters PBL will offer to students in a different context to get them ready for placement, industry ready engineer, or startup or higher education. But the PBL effort, because since 2012, we are implementing 5 methods of project-based learning very, very seriously as a goal for our life. We are implementing them. And in the experiences of last 10 years, I can very easily say that PBL cannot be completed unless there's a technology development and product development by the group. Now, this is a big challenge. Maybe many of us cannot imagine that we can do that. But with all that experience, I can tell you, every teacher in India has that potential. It's only a question of creating a system conducive to you and creating an opportunity for you. And believe me, the most important is you need to get exposure. If you get exposure, believe me, everyone will change. I changed, many people have changed. I always say in such conferences that choose PBL today by your own intention, or PBL will choose you tomorrow. There's no other option. People will have to switch on. If you look at the Education Policy 2020, the complete emphasis, without using the word PBL, the complete emphasis on that. Very soon you will have competition, international competition in India. And we all need to think in that direction. Are we ready for that change? And I think whatever is the scenario of education today, the vacancy positions, and you take everything that way, the complete sector, it is outcome of what we did for last 35 years. We really need to change. I'm completely convinced. What kind of change we expect? Because now I am a trustee. Now I have my own college, and we don't call it my college. Every one of Vishwaniketan calls itself my college, that in that own terms only, because Vishwaniketan has a constitution where there'll be no owner in this college. So that point of view, I'm telling you, the managements need to invest on teachers. That is very, very important barrier. I can tell you with my own example, and I'm ready to sit across any management to tell them that investing on teachers will not be more than part of 0.1% of your budget. And if you're not willing to invest 0.1% on teachers' quality, I don't know. The business model will change. I completely endorse the return on investment policy. But return on investment is possible only if manure the trees. Mangoes will come only if manure the trees. Otherwise, mangoes will not come. We also need to develop faith and empowering environment. Come on, break them, give them more freedom. That needs to be done. Of course, that freedom will not be given instantly. There should be a policy structure where you train them, give them exposure, see the change in them. According to that change, give everybody different freedom so that the walk for future return on investment for managements will be better. About teachers, the biggest challenge in this country to shift from theoretical education to project-based learning is changing the teachers. They need to come out of comfort zone. I have my own experiences. If you really try beyond the limit to change a teacher, just to bring out of his comfort zone, and you are ready to give him all opportunities, he will change a job for 2 increments and say goodbye to your institution. So we need to be very, very careful. But willingness to work, the teacher should pay cost to earn pride today. This is my honest feeling. If you want pride, if you want honor, if you want respect in society, you need to pay the cost. And the cost is just to work, create an environment for yourself, break the boundaries and come out. Universities need to be awake. They should see the world, create genuine intentions and processes. I'll tell you, for first 5 to 6 years for every teacher, the young teacher who had joined after his post-graduation, first 4 or 5 years go just in thinking, will I be recognized by university as a teacher? Will I be approved? Till I am approved, I am temporary. The best part of his life, he just begin his teaching life, and this worry he conducts. After PhD of a teacher, the worry is, can I be a recognized guide? I'm telling you, all these barriers do not exist in the PBL world and in most of the developed countries. It's all about teachers' usefulness to students, a very strong feedback structure for the teacher, and incentivization and de-incentivization of a teacher. I have seen a teacher who couldn't perform in Europe is offered a small office. Even the office space is based on the performance appraisal. We need to create those kind of self-appraisal systems for teachers, and this all need to happen very, very properly. So PBL is definitely a hope. I hope you will understand the 8 characters of project-based learning and different processes to implement PBL before you implement PBL. I will just stop by saying one thing. The CTI Global Capsule Network and Vishwaniketan can together offer you all one PhD opportunity from this July with UNESCO Chair in Project-Based Learning in Denmark. Already 3 teachers have been shortlisted. I have a vision that we should have at least 10 teachers from India who will do PhD in project-based learning. And it is unimaginably cheap, unimaginably economical. And you don't need to go for complete 1 year. You need to go only in summer vacation. If any institution is ready to invest 50% cost, and the 50% cost is paid by the teacher with a 10 years bond, I think we can create a network of teachers who have completed PhD. They have learned PBL from horse's mouth, and anybody who is interested, please contact me. We'll create more opportunities. Today, I have a vacancy of 5 teachers. 1 teacher from Hyderabad, 1 from Bangalore, and 1 from Vishwaniketan have already started working in that PhD. 2 vacancies are there. In technology also, in EU countries, we can provide you PhD opportunities. And the PhD cost of that PhD, including that international travel and everything, comes to almost equal to Indian PhD. And there's no process delay. The moment you are selected, start counting time, maximum 3 years, depending upon work. It is an international PhD, so you really need to be very strongly working. And last is UG fellowship for your students. Just to demonstrate what PBL can do, I have a small video, and I would request the organizers. One student, interestingly, is from AISSMS. One student of that video, he was participant of UG fellowship last year. So I would request the coordinators to just run. I've finished at 1:25. Next 5-6 minutes for these videos, and I'm finished. If you have any questions, it will be pleasure to answer those questions. I would suggest you strongly get inspired, look internationally, start working, especially the young teachers. You will have huge scope if you start working on PBL properly. Let us say less and work more. Request for that video. Thank you very much. In the meanwhile, till the video starts, I may have any question.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Payal, madam, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here. I'll just play the video. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, is my screen visible for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
A very good morning. My name is Nozair Hudli, currently studying in the 4th year Mechanical Engineering.
Ma'am, is the video audible for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
At KIT's College of Engineering, Kolhapur. So at Teesside University, currently I'm doing 2 of my projects. One is with the NHS UK, that is the National Health Services. I'm developing a assistive leg lifting device for them, which is under this stage of patenting and IP protection. The second project is design and development of nose cones for micro rockets. The guide for both these projects is Dr. David Hughes, and the additional support for the second project is provided by Mr. Andrew Dunn and Mr. Ben Mason. So the second project, this one, the carbon fiber nose cones. These parts are to go on micro rockets, which will be flying to an altitude of 200 kilometers and will be used by commercial businesses to send their payloads up in space. And then for the NHS, as I told you, it is undergoing a patent right now. So a design registration and patent will soon be done under my name by Teesside University.
The next video, madam.
Yes, I'll play second video also.
Please, that is your student.
Okay, sir.
Hi, my name is Parthiv Patel. I'm a computer engineering student. I attended the UG fellowship to the Vishwaniketan network. I got the golden opportunity of working in AISSMS information technology. My first project on text mining was sentiment analysis. It analyzed the sentiments regarding a tweet. My second text mining project was article categorization. It assigned a category to a given article. The third project was using Neo4j to give influence or to find the most influencing word in an article. We used Neo4j, which was a graph DBMS. It was a new experience for me as
It got closed. Anyway, the student, if you look at the state of students, what they are doing today, you will understand how much PBL powerful is. The students are doing extraordinary work after their graduation. So that's all from my side. Over to you at 129 to the coordinators. If any question is there, it will be pleasure to, because asking question also is a life skill. Your students don't ask questions to you. You should ask questions.
Participants, you can ask your queries.
Very good afternoon, sir. This is Nitin Shekhapure from AISSMS College of Engineering. I just finished my PBL practical and joined your session. So nice listening to you, sir. I just want to share the experience, whatever we are doing right now in the PBL, and are we on the right path or not? That I like to know from you. So I form 4 groups. Each group is of 4 students. The first group is working on a design of headphones. Means what are the extra things we can include in the headphones? Like they come up with, can we make a customized app which is not available for the headphones? It may not be possible to implement those things at this stage because they are in just second year, but idea generation plays a very important role. So what they are doing in group 1, group 2, they are working on the utilization of human resources. We have taken the example of our college only, that we have almost 150 faculty members. Suppose somebody goes for a tea, it takes almost 30 minutes. So 100 people goes for a tea. So how much number of hours we are wasting and how much we are paying to them. And in accordance with that, if we provide them tea or some provision where they can get everything at doorstep. So how much we can save and optimize the things. Being a manager or product engineer, tomorrow they need to do that. Third group is doing something design modification of 3-pin, which we use in electricity slot. So such type of project really work in the PBL, or what you will guide us that we are on the right path or not?
So whatever you said may be very good projects. The first reaction which I developed when I was listening to you is, have they been trained on product design? Because before you think about developing any product design principles need to be told to them. design principles should be told to them. So take care of that one. Second is there's a litmus test of whether it is PBL or not, which I suppose Dr. Vikas Shinde will give in his presentations. There are 8 characteristics. Please test your projects and the method of implementing these projects. Compare them with the PBL literature. The model which we adopt is the most powerful and advanced model of Aalborg University, Denmark. And Aalborg University, Denmark is supposed to be the first institution in world who created that project-based learning effort. So please compare your projects with, my perception is, see, I'm sorry, but let me just take 1 minute. Deemed University. It is a British concept. What is the original concept? The original concept is, if you have a very non-traditional course. In 2000, I remember, diamond cutting was a non-conventional course. Now, if you want to start that kind of course and teach it, then Deemed University is created. This was a principle. What India did, we created thousands of Deemed Universities to teach mechanical, electrical, civil engineering, just for the sake of right of admission. I should be able to conduct my own CET. I should be able to, so part of commercialization. I'm not a person who should judge it. But my suggestion is, you have full scope and opportunity to compare your projects with the PBL existing, the best possible methods and models. And I would request you to contact Dr. Vikas Shinde, and those 8 parameters and the project-based learning methods, you will be able to find out yourself whether you are doing project-based learning or you're doing only project. But whatsoever you are doing projects also is a very encouraging thing for me if they are not part of your university syllabus. Because nowadays we are speaking about minor projects, mini projects, major projects, and I know after 5 years there'll be mini projects. This is not fair. If you're doing it over and above curriculum, believe me, you're on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestion.
Hello. Students, participants, if you are having any queries, you can ask the queries.
Madam?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Sir, shall I conclude the session, sir?
Yeah. Only last statement. The UG fellowship, which you saw on the video, the PhD opportunity for teachers are available. Please take benefit of this. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. My old friend, we have Bormane Saab and other team members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational speech.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us on project-based learning. You mainly focus on internship to seek for opportunity for getting exposure to improve teachers' quality. Also, you explained need to change from theoretical concepts to practical and project-based approach. During your session, sir, you have also shown through the videos how students are working on many projects and are benefited from your Vishwaniketan Institute. We are feeling very grateful after listening you, sir. On behalf of AISSMS College of Engineering and Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, I would like to thank Dr. Sandeep Inamdar, sir, and also looking forward to deliver your thoughts in upcoming programs organized by our college. Once again, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we will start our second session within 5 minutes.
Ma'am, I have joined and I would like to confirm whether I can do the screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you have to whether you have to do me right. I do not know. So the screen is shared right now. So
Mavade sir, can we start the second session? Sir is there.
no, I want to confirm whether screen sharing is possible because I had some issues last time.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, you can share the screen. No problem. Share the.
But you have to remove the screen sharing because at current you are sharing. You are sharing. You are sharing.
Sir, let me check you are present or not. Let me check. Yes, sir. Just now your screen got shared. It 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 got shared.
Sir, you can share your screen.
Can you see something on the screen?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
thank
it is visible.
So now you can tell me when to start. You can complete other formalities meanwhile.
Yes.
I've stopped
Yes.
sharing.
Yes.
I've stopped the sharing. So when you tell, I can share.
Yes. Mavade sir, will you please share the flyer? Okay, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome all for the second session on project-based learning. We have with us Dr. R.N. Jalnekar, sir. Dr. R.N. Jalnekar, sir, is director in Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune. He is having the experience over 30 years in industry, research and academic experience. He worked as research engineer at DB Power Electronics, now Emerson Power. He was also the director of Micro Power Systems, Pune. Sir leads the team in academics, research, innovation, finance, administration, and HR. The institute has gained reputation and recognition at the national and international level due to the innovative research culture, pedagogy, and best practices introduced by him. His area of interest are machine learning, power electronics, signal processing, and image processing. Sir has published over 105 research papers. He is authored of 5 engineering books on power electronics. Sir has guided 5 PhD scholars and 8 PhD scholars are currently working under his guidance. In last 3 years, the institute has received 49 research projects of amount 5 crore and 47 lakh rupees, 168 consultancy and STTP of 4 crore and 88 lakh rupees. 60 patents are filed and 4 patents are granted. Sir has received 5 times Best Professor Award, Shikshak Shri, Shikshak Bhushan Award, Shikshak Bhushan Award, Rashtriya Citizen Award, Rashtriya Citizen Award, Director Award, Award, Innovative Director Award, Administrator Award by Club.
Madam, there is a disturbance. Madam, there is a disturbance.
Yes, yes.
We are not audible anything. Please be clear voice.
I think you need to mute everybody. If you mute all, then
I
only
request
we
all
will
the
be able to listen to
participants to
Professor
mute
Janekar.
themselves.
Yeah, then only we'll be able to
Am I
listen to
audible
Professor
now?
Janekar.
Yes. Under Sir's leadership, VIT has received NAC with the highest grade A++ with score of 3.53 of 4. First prize in institution-based practices, completion, IMC, RBNQA. Also, VIT ranked among the top 25 institutions in the country by ARIIA. Also, NIRF ranking 165th ranking in the country. Sir has also another side other than the academics, that is the spiritual side. Sir is Vice President of ISKCON Pune. He honors with International Diploma Bhagavad Gita Bhakti Shakti. He is an international mentor and a speaker. Chief Coordinator of ISKCON Pune NVCC project. We are fortunate to have Dr. R.M. Jalnekar sir with us to deliver his expertise on project-based learning. I welcome Jalnekar sir and request him to start his session on PBL principles and philosophy. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of AISSMS College of Engineering and Department of ENTC. I welcome you, sir, and I request to start your session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Balke sir, Mavle sir, and Bormane sir for inviting me for this session. I am indeed feeling very happy to be amongst you all and to share what we have done. Very fundamental, but very important. And all the faculty who are attending this session may get some insight into how to implement the project-based learning at their respective institute. So very good afternoon to all of you. So as we know that in our school days, we learned that engineering is application of science. So whatever scientific principles we learn, we apply them. And therefore, engineering is essentially an application-based approach. We need to learn certain theoretical concepts, but they need to be applied for the benefit of the society. In continuation with this, therefore, the knowledge of science and engineering, we need to apply it for the socio-economical growth and even the knowledge creation or the knowledge growth by problem solving. Because as we know that what are applications? Applications are basically that we see all around in every domain, and we'll come to those domains also, that there are so many issues the mankind are facing, whether it's in the space domain or agricultural domain or healthcare domain and so on. So what is project-based learning? It's basically problem solving through surveys. We do some survey and understand what are the current issues, projects, design, and case studies. At VIT, because we are autonomous since 2008, we have centered around our pedagogy, our assessment, our curriculum in such a way that students do the entire learning process through surveys, case studies, projects, and design approach. And most of the emphasis is on the project-based learning. So out of the 5 courses in a semester, 2 are essentially projects, only projects. There is no subject name, there is a project name. What is that? We'll come to that. And apart from this, for the remaining 3 courses in a semester, there are again projects for that course. So problem solving through surveys, projects, design, and case studies. Using innovation. So you know that you are sellable in the market today, provided not because you have some knowledge of the emerging technology or because you have good grades or you have passed out from a good school or college. Yes, that may be important initially, but in the long run, what is important is what innovative abilities you have, what is your creativity. And if that creativity, you can, through that creativity, if you can influence the market, then only you are sustainable. So problem solving through innovation, creativity, research, and collaborations. Another important thing in this world today is the collaboration. How you collaborate. Because many a times we see that a single person or a single organization is unable to, is not able to flourish or do anything meaningful unless they collaborate and join hands with like-minded, similar institute working in the same or the cross domains. So these are the four important aspects, and we do encourage our students and our faculty to do problem solving through this. Problem solving, knowledge creation via publications and patents. Just like to share with you, the purpose is not to boast of our achievements, but to share with you that it's possible. Because we have project-based and project-centric learning right from the first year of the undergraduate program or the BTech program. There are enough number of publications our students are publishing every year through journal papers, international conferences. Last year's number 195 publications through the first year engineering projects of BTech program. And this year we have already, even though it is a COVID hit year, the college has we have already reported to the college. We have started reporting since last week, 14th of February, but already 62 patents have been granted for this year at BIT. So problem solving, social growth via empathy. By developing empathy amongst the students, and project-based learning, project-centric learning do develop empathy among the students. So these days, when you see on one hand, there is a corporate world, there is the industry, the corporate world, and on the other hand, there is the society. I, as an engineer, may have passed out from one of the best institute in the country or the world. I may have best of the technology knowledge with me, but do I have empathy for the fellow beings? And this empathy factors brings out the best in one person or best within yourself. So what is empathy? Empathy in simple, I would tell you in Hindi, you may already know this, but just for sake of completion, Sahanubhuti, what others are going through. So when you understand as an engineer that what the society is going through, like for example, when since last 2 years, because of this COVID pandemic, we have seen that many of our friends, relatives, and our professional networks, they have gone through a lot of suffering because of the COVID year. And why the vaccine was developed? It was the sheer empathy factor. Because of this only, the impetus to develop that vaccine or invent that vaccine. So similarly, many projects have been simply invented because the researcher, the innovator, the designer feels empathy for his fellow beings. And therefore, many institutes, many corporates, and even the government today is asking to the teaching institutes, what are you doing to develop this empathy factor amongst your students? A society not only needs competent citizens, but they also need citizens with character and a social responsibility. And the motto of VIT, or the purpose of VIT, starting VIT, our honorable chairman, he said that the purpose is also to develop engineers who will feel a social responsibility, that they belong to the society, they owe something to the society. So this empathy, so I am emphasizing on this empathy because this is a very important factor. Now problem solving, again, economic growth via startups. So as I told you that, so it is required that at undergraduate level itself, or at BTech, MTech level itself, as a student, one must develop that art of converting his knowledge into a startup. So research is often termed as a box where the input is money and output is the knowledge. So what is research? Input is the money is the input and knowledge is the output. But innovation is a box or the system where knowledge is the input and money is the output. Because ultimately, even though not very important, but it's still important that we create resources out of the knowledge which we have. We see a lot of publications, lot of patents being filed, and so much of, if you scan, there are so many journals, there is so many international conference happening, and so much knowledge is created, but is it getting translated into some resource generation, or are they generating some financial outcomes? So that is very important. So therefore, it is important to encourage our students to master this art of converting their knowledge into money or finance or resources. And therefore, this project-based, project-centric learning also encourages startups. And you should also encourage to your students, because when we collectively do this, the country will go, the society will go, grow, and it will ultimately benefit the mankind. Now, application domains. When students do projects, I will come to that. I will come to do what I am going to tell about PBL and PCL, project-based learning and project-centric learning. But when we do projects in colleges, normally the project happens in the final year. And these days, the placement happens in the first semester itself. In my days, when I was a student, when Bormani sir was a student, we understand that, we know and we remember that our placement used to happen at the fag end of the year, the 4th year. And in fact, most of the placement happened after we passed out. And the interview was totally based on the projects which we did. And therefore, the project in the final year carried the most important aspect of our engineering learning. It was the most important aspect. But nowadays, because the placement happens in August, September, when I am in the final year, and I complete the project in June or May. So what is the relevance of that project? Hardly anything. Maybe after you graduate, you may get another opportunity based on that project. But when you are going through campus placement, most of the placement happens by October, November. And when we say that, so I was coming to that, I was talking about that final year project. In that final year project, when we ask to the students, which project you are doing, they say, I am doing project in machine learning. Somebody says, I am doing project in power electronics. Someone says, I am doing project in image processing. The project can never be in image processing or power electronics. Of course, it is true in one sense, but it should not be the way we define our project. So first is, what we did at VIT is we listed down some of the domains where your projects, your engineering knowledge can be applied. And the student should have some knowledge of this domain, what is happening in this field. For example, agriculture. What is the scenario, what is the scene, or what is the status of agriculture industry in India? What are the engineering requirements over there? What problems they are facing? Have you visited any of the farms and understood and met a farmer? At least a farmer who is aware of the technology. For example, one of the project which we are doing at VIT, one of our student batch is also working on it, is a project in the agriculture domain. So what is that project doing? It is based on plucking the tea plant leaf. So when you know that in some domains, when some areas where there are the tree plantation is this tea plantation is done, so the leaf plucking of the tea plant is an important aspect. Comes at the end, and they employ the workers. And someone's speaker is on, and they employ the workers to pluck the leaf of the plant. But because of the aroma of that leaf, the snakes gets attracted, and therefore there were many deaths because of the snake bites of the workers. So for the safety of the workers, they do the job, but they do a different kind of job. This is not replacing or not killing the employment of any worker, but the need is to design a system which will pluck the tree and it does not harm the human life. So there is a project done in this area, which is a leaf plucking robot that has been designed. So in order to understand this, you must know what's happening in the tea plantation areas or areas where tea plants are grown. So unless you are aware of the problems over there, you cannot suggest your solution. So it is right to tell the student, for a student to tell that his project is in the agriculture domain, and his project is based on tea leaf plucking. And what mechanism he is using is a matter of details. So even your mother, your grandmother, your grandfather will understand what's your project. But if you say that I am doing a project in machine learning and artificial intelligence, they may not understand anything. So it is not for that purpose we are saying this, but the project is correctly defined in this way. So similarly, what are the other areas where there are still challenges and there is a need of engineering application? I have listed here: food technology, green technology, rural development, waste management, clean water. So we have listed more than 25 domains. I have listed here some of them: space technology, defense, logistics, drones, robotics, smart vehicles, fitness and sports, life sciences, healthcare, finance, heritage and culture, tourism, automation. These are more technical names, in fact: cyber security, blockchain, textile, security, and so on. And this is one of the important: renewable and sustainable energy. So you should always tell to the students, please find out, this is defining the problem statement and finding out where there is an issue, where there is a challenge, and where engineering knowledge is required and where it can be applied. So this is what we call as the application domain. So our projects can be applied or can be used in these domains. Once we understand this, then, and we have an empathy now that I need to protect our laborers who are working in those areas, or similar. When I say that pollution, a project engineering application to control the pollution, because I understand that because of this pollution, many of our fellow beings are suffering because of maybe many problems, asthma, or because of pollution, lung issues, and so on, breathing problems. So therefore, I need to devise something, and then the electric car came. So the empathy is very important in order to think in the right direction where your engineering knowledge can be applied. Please do not think that only doctors can save lives. Yes, doctors they can save directly, but engineers also do contribute to the life of the people, and in a better way. They can, I mean to say, where other people can live a life in a better way. And therefore, engineering can also be used in healthcare. And as you know today, most of the tests, the radiology, the pathology, most of the work is done by engineering equipments only. Doctors, they have only a very different role nowadays compared to what they had earlier. So now I am introducing one concept here which is existing in VIT since 2010-11. So project-based learning, PBL. What is PBL, project-based learning? So just give me a minute. Process of learning through design, development, and completion of project. What does it mean? So it is, see, when I say projects, case studies, surveys, design, they are an embedded part of any project. So when I learn something, so what is it is first is we are focusing here on learning aspect. So because these are our formative years, when a student is in the engineering course, it is a learning phase for him. Everything he does in 4 years may not be always useful to what the industry is looking for, because the student is in a learning phase. For example, when a boy is in a growing phase, he is 3 years, 4 years, 5 years old. Everything you teach to the boy is not how to become a doctor or an engineer and go to US and study in Harvard. Otherwise, his life would be incomplete, because there are so many aspects to his learning as a child. So similarly, when a student comes to engineering courses, he maybe is a computer engineer. So computer engineering, as per our study, is only 40% learning. Out of the 100 things he learns, only 40% should be related to computer engineering. Rest 30 to 40% should be general engineering, and rest 20 to 30% should be general learning. Please understand that as an arts, commerce students, a pharmacy students, he becomes a graduate, a law student becomes a graduate, a BBA student becomes a graduate. So similarly, we are also engineering graduate, and a graduate student must understand most of the things in the society. What are the issues in the society? He should not say only that I can write a Python program or a Java program, rest I do not know anything. So first he is a graduate, then he is an engineering graduate, and third then he is a computer, mechanical or ENTC graduate. So making only him a perfect electronics engineer is not the aim. Yes, we should make him a perfect electronics or a computer engineer, but you should make him a perfect human as well. Because a perfect human is a more better asset to the society than a perfect computer or an electronics engineer. So these are the things. So project-based learning, I will come to this. What is project-based learning? So when we learn theoretical concepts, suppose I am learning, I can say signal processing or image processing or power electronics in a laboratory. I am taking this example because these are very close to my heart. So I learn certain concept in the class, and when I learn those concepts in the class, I want to get more insight into it. Let us take a simple example of Newton's laws of motion. When a student learns in the physics course Newton's laws of motion, he need to verify those laws. He need to apply those laws to get more insight and understanding of the Newton's laws of motion. So what is the essential component of project-based learning? Project-based learning is meant to apply and learn what you have already learned in the class. So as I told, to get more insight into Newton's laws of motion. Second, you choose a domain in which you apply your knowledge. No, I know, sir, I know how to design a robot. So tell me where I can apply the robot. And then somebody may tell you, oh, please apply it in the agriculture domain. And then you study what is agriculture domain and you apply your knowledge there. So basically here, what is the focus on? The focus is on that I know something and I want to do something. Like here, sometimes, we have one of our friend, suppose who comes to your room, and it's a bachelor's room, and he says, yesterday I learned Puran Poli, or I learned some kofta. So I want to treat all of you by cooking a kofta, nice kofta. So he is cooking kofta because he knows how to cook kofta. So what is project-based learning? You know something already and you want to apply it and you want to develop something out of it. So then select a domain. Then technology and the tools. I will come to this technology and the tools in the second part. Now there is another concept which is called as project-centric learning. Project-centric learning is different from project-based learning. And what is the difference? Difference is learn what you need to solve the project or to address the issue at hand. Now here in the project-based learning, the thing starts from what I know. And here the thing starts from what is the issue to be solved. As I again take the example of the tree plucking, the problem over there is that the safety of the laborers. So that is the issue. I do not know which technology is useful there, whether the project can be done through knowledge of computer engineering or mechanical engineering or electronics engineering or biomedical. Nothing. I am not aware of it. I only know the problem. This is the problem. So I want to design the project. I want to solve this issue. So that is only the focus. So you need to now learn many things to do that. So learn the domain. First thing is that you go to the agriculture domain. Somebody approaches you. Oh, this is the problem and we are facing this challenge and the threat to the life of our workers. So what can you have an engineering solution for this? Then you learn the domain thoroughly. What can be done? What is the field? What are the requirements? What are the constraints? And then you understand that yes, this problem can be solved by designing a robo. And then you do not know anything. Suppose you have never learned robotics in your life. No, what you do? You start learning robotics. So this is called as project-centric learning. At the center is the project, and you learn everything, whatever is required to solve that project or to do that project. But in the project-based learning, the center is the knowledge, whatever I have learned. And no, I want to apply it and show to the world that, see, I have learned this great thing and this is what I can do with these things. So this is the second thing. Learn whatever you need to solve the project or to address the issue at hand. Then you learn robotics, but robotics alone cannot be helpful. You need to learn certain technology. And you also need to learn certain tools which you might not know at all. And you need to network for this. You need to do surveys for this. You need to study various case studies and understand how it can be done. In a typical research work, if you want to relate it with, is a survey, literature survey you do like that. So I'm taking an example of project-centric learning here. So first is the ship intrusion detection. That is what is to be done. The domain is the defense domain. The technology may be computer vision, deep learning, and the tools can be Python. And I do not know anything. I know only one thing, that I have to do a ship intrusion detection system. And a customer or the government approach me, or I, in order to design a product, understand that this is the issue that is existing and it has a lot of market. And there's again a social issue in that also. Market may not be always the only objective, but the other objective would be that I want to give to the society this project or this product so that it saves lives and it becomes very useful. So this is the way. You then learn what is the defense domain, what are the issues there, what is ship intrusion, why it is happening, and what are the challenges over there, how it can be resolved. And then you come out with this project name. And then you understand that these are the technologies, these are the tools, and there are many other things that you need to learn. And somebody's mic is on.
I request participant to mute their self. Please mute yourself.
Now, as I said, so these are the two approach, and we were doing project-based learning since 2010-11 academic year, but we have now project-based learning and project-centric learning both. The project-centric learning, we have called it as EDI, Engineering, Design and Innovation. So what is EDI at VIT? Again, the purpose of telling this is to make you, just to give an idea of how it can be done. Now, typically there are 5 courses in a semester. At VIT, there are 3 courses which are to be learned in the classroom plus laboratory. But there are 2 courses where primary learning happens in the lab and secondary learning happens in the classroom. And most of the learning for this happens on their own. The students learn on their own. So 3 are project-based learning. The 3 courses where there is a theory class, formal theory class, they are project-based learning approach. And the other 2 is we call it the project-centric learning approach. So what we have done is, now let us take a typical semester of electronics engineering, because all of you are electronics engineers here. So PBL, maybe I do not know who all are attending. So power electronics is one course, signal processing is another course, and maybe biomedical engineering is the another course. So there is a formal theory instruction in the class, 3 plus 2 hours of laboratory. What addition we have done is, there is a 2 hours of project-based learning also. It means they have to do one project using the knowledge which they have learned in power electronics this semester. Whatever they have learned for projects through the power electronics course or signal processing course or biomedical engineering course, and implement that through a project or apply that through a project. So that becomes project-based learning. But there are 2 another projects. We call it EDI and SDP. So what is EDI and SDP? As I told, EDI is Engineering, Design and Innovation. There nothing is given. The student on their own do the case studies, the surveys and everything, and they come up with these 4 things. And they say, sir, this is my system. Of course, it is supervised by the faculty. I have this, and now I need to learn everything. I do not know anything of this. Everything is new for me. And then how you learn? You learn then everything here. This block you have to learn, this block you have to run, this 6 blocks you have to run. Maybe learn your Python also you have to learn because you never knew Python. It is not necessary that in project-centric learning, at least 1 block should be known or 2 blocks should be known. No, nothing. It can be totally blank slate. So that is project-centric learning. So that is SDP is software development project. So EDI is a combination of hardware, software, and anything else. And SDP is a pure software approach we give. EDI we give in a group of 3 to 5 students, and SDP individually they have to do. Although I understand, and we all understand at VIT, that in a real scenario, nobody works on his own. They are a part of a big project, a big team. But ultimately, they have to work individually on their system. They have to play their part. Like cricket is a team game. Of course, many doubt it whether cricket is a team game, but still, if you come to cricket game, it's a team game. But when I am batting or bowling, it's my personal responsibility to do the job at hand. So similarly, a developer may be a part of a big team, but he himself has to develop. So therefore, we emphasize that every individual do the SDP project. So these are the 4 years. So where we have kept this EDI and SDP or PBL and PCL right from the first year, right from the first year itself. First year, first semester. And by the time the student has gone to the final year, he has already done 12 projects. 6 EDI and 6 SDP. So what we learn through this PBL and PCL, because the students are primarily here to learn, to make mistakes, to explore, to experiment. So they are not here to design a product without making any mistake which is which is demanded by the market. No. Yes, if he can do that as a natural consequence of his learning outcome, that's fine. But that is not the primary objective. The primary objective is learn. In Marathi, जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं कि 10 बार गिरोगे तो ही संभलोगे, तो यहाँ पे गिर के संभलने की सीख दी जाती है. So we have to teach students. There are many aspects in engineering. Please don't think that engineering means only computer engineering or only writing programs. These 4 years are very valuable years because this is the prime time of your career, or not career, your life. 18 to 22 years engineering. Oh my God, you learn so many things, life lessons you learn. So many good, because this is the year, 18 years onwards, you are independent. You are on your own. You come out of the shelter of your parent, the protection, the care of your parent, the students, I mean, and they are there to explore. There is energy, there is enthu, and there is a lot of time also, and they want to experiment, explore everything. And if you only teach them programming, if you only teach them a particular course, and if you teach them only how to get good grades, then we are suppressing their learning abilities. Learning abilities is what, to develop learning ability, they have joined engineering. And here through rest of the slides, I want to present to you how this PBL, PCL brings out the best in a person as an engineering student. First is peer learning. So why we come to engineering colleges? Why won't we learn on our own at home? Nowadays, this is the online age or era where everything can be done online. Even marriages are happening online. Forget IT industries functioning. So even colleges, there are Coursera and other, they are offering degrees. So there is a big question. Why the student will attend the teacher's class when the same course is available on Coursera online, taught by the best of the professor in the world with so many animation and so many beautiful examples and analogies? So why a student should learn through a teacher in the classroom, which is a local Pune teacher? So the reason is that the student should do peer learning. Why we go to schools? Because we want to learn from our fellow classmates. We want to learn from our colleagues. What we learn. So again, I am very fond of cricket examples, analogies. So I will give cricket analogies. When, like say, a batsman like Kohli is batting or Sharma is batting on other end, and a younger batsman like Pant, of course, he's no longer young now, but a younger batsman, Pant, like, is batting on the other end. He learned so many things from Kohli and Sharma because the situations there is different. What situations you create in the net practice, during the net practice, are different, and what situations you create in the real pitch or a real game are different. How he handles the pressure. Cricket is more of handling the pressure. So similarly, life is more of handling pressures. Engineering also more of handling pressures than the engineering knowledge. And are we teaching this? So when there are 3-4 students doing a project, we learn so many good things from our peers. We see that this boy is good at programming, this boy is good at creativity, this boy is good at so many, this girl is good at this thing. So we learn to respect everyone's talent. We learn to we'll understand that I am not great, but the others are great. And sometimes I am not so great, I know that, but there are also people who are not so great, but they are giving their best. So this is one of the aspects of peer learning, and there can be such hundreds of lessons. It is left to the individuals to understand what are the peer learning. So though project is done since ages, and we have been doing it, but are we emphasizing and consciously making an attempt to tell the student that peer learning is one of the important aspects of doing projects? So we should emphasize this if you are not doing it. Team management. When 3-4 people come together, a natural leader will evolve. One of the person will be a leader. A leader has to manage his teammates, and a teammate has to manage his leader. And therefore it is called as a team management. Please do not think that always the manager has to manage the team. A team member has also to manage the manager or the captain. So team management is another important aspect. Again, I told here, just repeat the same example. Whether a team mutually complement each other. When we are a team of 3 to 5 people, are our skills mutually complementing each other? Means one should be good at one thing, the other should be good at other thing. There cannot be all 11 batsmen in the team. There cannot be all 11 bowlers in the team. There should be a mix of bowlers and batsmen, spinners and medium pacers and fast bowler. One who can be a good opener, one can be a pinch hitter, and so on. So this is the meaning of team management, managing the emotions. Of course, emotional intelligence I have listed separately. So managing team. And please remember, most of the project in the real life are not successful not because the theoretical knowledge or the technical knowledge of the person is great. Most of the projects are successful because the team management is done greatly. Suppose a person is working as a vice president in a company, and if he is not able to manage his team, no matter how excellent individual contributors they are, as a team they are a utter failure. And we have seen again this in the cricket example. 11 players, greatest of the players in one team, but complete failure because there is no team coordination. Emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? No emphasis is given on emotional intelligence formally. Informally, it may be, but emotional intelligence is another aspect. And I repeat that you should explicitly tell your students that you are learning through your project these skills, not only learning your machine learning or data science. They can be learned by any way. There are great personalities who can do that. But these are the skills which can be learned, developed, and manifested at a proper time, in a proper way. So emotional intelligence is one of the greatest things. Most of the successful persons, they are great because their emotional intelligence is great. When you are working in a team, you not only do peer learning, you not only manage the team, but in the management of the team, one of the important aspects is the emotional intelligence of your fellow mates. Again, coming to the example of a vice president, there are team members who are aggressive. There are team members who are rebellious. कुछ भी बोला अपोज करते हैं. There are also team members who are not very inspired people, who are always in the negative thought process. There are always people who are very enthusiastic, but they are only enthusiastic in their approach and not in their work. So as a leader, you need to manage the emotional intelligence of all your people. So what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is manage your emotions and the emotions of the other. Please understand, emotion doesn't only mean the sorrow of the people. Because when we see a movie, the scenes are very emotional. So in the emotional scenes, most of the people cry. So we are not talking of only that emotion. Yes, that is also an emotion, but some of the emotions I listed just now. So we need to manage emotions of the team members, and that the student should learn. Suppose as a director, suppose I want to implement one of the greatest innovation which I have ever thought in my life, and I share it with my team members. There will be always team members who are going to oppose it. And they will say, whatever you tell, sir, we will ensure that it is a success, it is a failure. Why? Because I am not able to properly manage their emotional intelligence or emotional quotient, EQ, we call it. IQ is very important, but more important than IQ is EQ. But if my, I have a nice relationship with, I have nicely, cultivated all my team members. Whatever I suggest, they will say, sir, I do not know anything of it, but you are telling it, we will give everything more than 100% to make it a success. Why Shivaji Maharaj, the great Shivaji Maharaj, we celebrated his Jayanti just few days back, 2 days back. So why he was one of the greatest leader? Yes, not only IQ, because the way he managed his team. What was how much team members he had? How great the team members were. If you see, they were definitely great. But what was their greatness? Assessed by their emotional intelligence, their commitment, their sacrifice, their tolerance, and their vision. And who gave them all these things? Shivaji Maharaj gave them all these things. And therefore, with handful of people, Shivaji Maharaj can bring out such wonders from this small team. Why? Because he has a tremendous emotional intelligence. And therefore, we want to develop our engineers to have this skill. And then only the IQ which we have is of any importance. Sometimes, again, coming back to the cricket example, we have a cricketer on field. He is the greatest of the batsmen, but the opposite team is so much pressurizing him through bouncers, close-in fielders. He may become reckless and throw his wicket, and the match is lost. But if he can learn to balance his emotion at that moment, not throw his wicket, not succumb to the pressures, then naturally things will change in due course of time. So this is emotional intelligence. Critical thinking. So there are situations in life and similar situations in a project. So first is choosing the project. Can you think critically? Can you take critical decisions? When you have various options, can you choose the best of the options? So that is critical thinking. So I think time is getting right. So problem solving I have already covered, and critical thinking, though closely related, but they are different. Again, how decision making can be useful. These are all interrelated skills. And the top 10 skills which are required for this decade, our entire system is one of the aspect, of course, that is not the only focus, but one of the way we focus our education at VIT is based on how to develop these top 10 skills in our students. So again, you can understand such elaborations can also be done with decision making also. You are faced in your real life with such situation, and I am saying real life here, professional life. When I say real life, it means the professional real life situations. You need to take decisions, and projects also such decisions comes. So what happens, none of the great people in this world. So I will take decision making and cognitive flexibility together. So what is decision making and cognitive flexibility? See, none of the great personalities in this world, in any domain, have become great because they have planned that they would become what they are just on the day one of their birth. No, never. Never. None of the great professionals, they have thought that I would, even I do not know, but Bill Gates might not have thought that he will have such a great company right from the day one when he was born. Always decisions are taken based on what is the situation at hand. So when you are working on a project, how this can help you? When you are working on a project, the project you have planned in a certain way, and that's not working at all. That's not working at all. No, you need to now take a quick decision. Not always, the decision may not be always quick. These are the critical situation, but the decision, you have to take the decisions that no, I need to change my line of thinking, line of action. And therefore, decision making is very important, and you learn it through the projects. And cognitive flexibility means I have planned in that way, but now a totally 180-degree out of phase I have to think. And there is the problem for most of the people. They want to, they are very, they are very stern about their decision. They are not adaptable, flexible about their decisions. ये ऐसा plan किया होता है, ऐसे ही होना है. No, you have to change. The things may not be as you like. You may not like the way you have to work now, but you have to work. That may not be the best of your abilities, but you have to do it. That may not be your skill, but you have to do it. So what is cognitive flexibility? Cognitive flexibility means how quickly or you adapt to the newer situations, to the new situation. In a cricketing situation, suppose I give again the example, you have chosen Bumrah and the wicket turns out to be totally spin wicket. Then you have to employ the part-time spinners also, and rest Bumrah is of no use that day. So that is cognitive flexibility. When you work on the cards, these are our playing cards. There are some red colored cards, and there is first, what do you say, king, queen, and like that. So you ask a boy, a small kid, to sort the card based on the color, and then you ask the boy immediately to sort the cards based on numbers. So the boy immediately can do that. It means his cognitive flexibility is great. And so decision making and cognitive flexibility, they are interrelated. Service orientation. What is service orientation? Service orientation means how good you are at offering services, not only to the customers. Customer is a very business term, but also to the society. Whatever you do the best thing. Whatever you want to do, you do the best thing. If you have this killer instinct in you, then you have a perfect service orientation. Like for example, I am using an Apple phone. Such a great phone it is really as a technology. It gives me so much of services. It gives me so much of services that I am very comfortable using that phone. And I felt that really the service orientation of the Apple system or Apple company is great. When you go to a corporate office, there is a receptionist. She welcomes you with a smile. And that smile makes you, feel at home. You understand that, you are wanted here. When you, board a plane or a airplane, the air hostess receives you with a smile because he has service orientation or service attitude. So whatever you do best. जो काम चलाओ नहीं बस कर लेना है कुछ भी करके नहीं चल जाएगा no attitude no चल जाएगा attitude. You need to give the best, and that comes only through project, and that comes only when you consciously tell the student that you are learning this from this project, and I want you to design your project to the last screw, to the last aspect of it very perfectly, and for that you have to slog. And tell him that through this project, you are not only learning the engineering project, but life lessons. And this attitude will be useful to him when he is serving his old mother, when he becomes 50 years old. Whether you care for your parents, old parents, they are 80 and you are 50, and you have done this project when you are 20. So whether that service orientation attitude is still helping you. Yes, because you learn in your formative years this service orientation. It can be used in anything. You are best of the product designer, but your parents are in Vruddhashram. What is the use of that? So some secondary skills you learn, that is presentation, how to present your work. And please remember, when you do your presentation of what you have learned, you really understand that, oh no, मैंने ये भी सीखा है, हाँ? When most of the researchers or the PhD graduates, they write the thesis, they understand, अरे मैंने ये भी किया है. When I presented it, they really understand. So presentation is not about the PowerPoint content. How to make designs and animations in PowerPoint. Yes, that is important, but that is not the substance in any presentation. In presentation, substance is the idea or the concept. And what concepts eloquently you present. because you have to sell your product, and this comes. So similarly, this also helps in real life also, the clarity of thought. When you are communicating with your spouse, you are telling something and the spouse is thinking something, and there is a fight because there is no clarity of thought, and that is the presentation. Group discussion: when you are working in a project, you do group discussion amongst your peers. So what group discussion helps you to understand? See, my ideas are great, no doubt, but others' ideas are also great, and I need to listen to them. So you become a great listener. The great people are not great speakers, they are the great listeners. They hear. There is an empathetic hearing. And are you doing that? Because unless you learn to hear from others, you will never get good ideas. And students do, those who know that I am learning through this. And just for your information's sake, for every course in VIT, right from the first year, there is a group discussion on one topic. Batch wise, 5 students come together and they do a group discussion. They share the ideas among them. And there is a supervisor and he watches it, gives suggestion. And there is an examination at the end. The topic is given and they do group discussion. Physics, there is a group discussion. Power electronics, group discussion. Signal processing, group discussion. Machine learning, group discussion. C programming, group discussion. So there is a presentation for every course. There is a presentation for every, group discussion for every course. And presentation for every course. But through projects also we learn. Presentation and group discussion. Write down what others have done. Let others understand and use it through what I have learned. So technical writing we do, and one of the great skill that is required to be successful in life is technical writing, at least the professional world. Designing, we have covered that. Additional skills that you develop is your English or your language, your logical ability, your quantitative aptitude, your programming, because nowadays no project is completed without using programmings. So some are the repetitive, please forgive for that. And some other skills you develop, and these are the top 10 skills which we, so top 10 skills are creativity, complex problem solving ability, critical thinking, decision making, team management, cognitive flexibility, then service orientation, learning ability. So one of the survey was done in China on a set of students. They entered the engineering course and they passed out the engineering course after 4 years, and their learning ability was measured. And it was surprisingly found out that the learning ability has not changed. So why we are learning then? We are not learning in any engineering courses like machine learning. Yeah, they may be a medium through which we learn, but that is not the learning. Like when we eat food for nourishment. Of course, relishment is another aspect. आस्वादन भी आना चाहिए. रसगुल्ले, समोसा, कचौरी खाओगे तो मजा भी आएगा, लेकिन खाते हैं बेसिकली नरिशमेंट के लिए. So similarly, we are learning power electronics, machine learning, designing, signal processing. But what is the outcome of that? Learning ability. Because when you go to the industry, none of these courses will be relevant that time. Everything has changed. The courses are becoming obsolete in just 4 years. By the time you pass out, जो सब सीखा है वो सब बिना काम का हो गया. So for example, I learned Fortran when I was a student. No, अभी कहाँ गए आपको, you know better than me. So your learning ability should increase, and these are just medium through which you learn and improve your learning ability. So learning ability is another important aspect. So I also suggest that there should be competitions among the students. Like we have at the end of the semester a paper presentation, and they draft the paper. The journal report, the technical writing, which aspect which I was telling, the technical report is not in the form of a journal. It is or a report. It is in the form of a publication. Eloquence. एकदम ऐसा reduce करो कि बस crux उसमें आना चाहिए. So that is what is. So technical competitions होने चाहिए. There should be always some technical competition to encourage the students. Learn from others. When we go and learn, मेरा क्या किया ये greatness है. That is one of the aspects. But others ने क्या किया है. Unless the student learns to appreciate what others have done, they will never grow. And therefore that is one of the aspects. And that you should tell the students, see, you are taking part in this competition, my friend, you go and present your work, but also learn what others are doing from them and appreciate that. If you appreciate others, then only you will value. You will value the quality. If somebody is doing better than you, and if you don't appreciate his work, then you are not appreciating that person. ऐसा नहीं है, you are not appreciating quality. That is the meaning of that. So learn to appreciate good things. And they may be in a person, so appreciate that person also. Improve technical skill, motivation. Prizes मिलता है तो motivate हो जाते हैं like that. So thank you and good luck. I do not know how much relevant I was in this session, but whatever I thought and whatever we are doing here, I thought to share with all of you. Thank you so much for patience listening. And if you have any query, question, we can answer that. Sir, presentation this was na?
Yes, sir. Yes, it was visible and it was nice and motivating session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Participant, if you are having any query, you can ask.
आता स्क्रीन काही दिसत नाहीये ना?
नाही सर, नाही दिसत.
स्क्रीन शेअरिंग काढलंय ना मी?
Okay, sir.
I am not very good at using Teams. I am very comfortable with Zoom. Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. Myself Shubhangi Patil from Modern College of Engineering.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So we have a new branch that is Electronics and Computer Engineering. So we have also PBL session, PBL subject. According to that, what will you guide?
Pardon, ma'am. Can you please repeat last part? You have a new branch. Which is the new branch?
Yes, yes. Electronics and Computer Engineering, sir.
Okay. E&C. Okay.
Okay. So according to that, what you will suggest us for projects of students?
म्हणजे project names you are asking.
Project names not I'm asking. Sir, I have a query that we are having two subjects, electronics as well as computer engineering. And according to that, how we can guide our students? Because in our syllabus, it is given 60% software should be there and 40% hardware part should be there as like ENTC.
Okay, okay. So
How
what
we
is the
can
question, ma'am, exactly? Whether your project should be based on software or hardware, like that,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
And how many projects you do, the students do in 4 years?
Sir, nowadays we have only second year. For every year, they are having one project. For second year, PBL subject is there. For third year, mini project will be there.
One PBL per year, right? Or semester?
Yes,
Per
semester.
year.
Semester. For second year, PBL subject is there.
Okay, okay. And how many credits are there for that?
50 marks term work is there, sir. 2 credits, I think.
Okay. So I suggest you that, first it should be a blend of hardware, software. And one project can be purely software also, out of the 2 semesters. So first semester, second semester, one of the project can be pure software also, because we have to also see what are the students' requirements. They come to the college not to learn, but to make their careers.
No, sir. We have only one semester for project PBL. In second semester, we are having a PBL subject.
Okay.
But most of the students are very interested to complete the hardware.
There is no practical for that, right? There is no project to be done for that.
No, no.
Okay.
They have to implement the project, sir. They have to implement project.
Okay. Okay.
But my query is that as our branch having a combination, means it is a blending of electronics as well as computer.
What is the question, ma'am? I didn't get that. Sorry.
Some students want to do 100% software based projects. So
allow them. That is my suggestion.
Okay.
Allow that.
Okay, no problem, sir.
You should be in fact most happy, because most of the placement are happening in software, even for electronics engineers.
Okay, sir.
And one thing you have not asked, madam, but as an academician for 32 years now, this is my 32nd year.
Yes.
I'm just suggesting a very important thing. See, as a teacher, I have tell always to my teachers in the VIT college, you may not know machine learning, but please teach machine learning to the student. Let them learn. Please don't teach them what you know. Please teach them what they need.
So that's why the query from my side is that some students...
Not for you. I'm just saying, in general, I am saying. So software is the requirement for today. So if they are saying software, let them do software projects.
Yes, because what happens, because many people are telling that in PBL they have to don't go for a major projects, they have to implement mini projects. But our students are very much enthusiastic to implement the major projects.
That's great. So they are fulfilling and going beyond the requirements.
In
If the
fact, our
requirement
students
is
want
project and they
to,
are doing minor project, then that's a worry.
yes, yes.
But
And
they
in
are
fact, our students are very interested to patent some projects.
perfect. Nice. Please encourage them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
Yes.
afternoon, sir. Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. If you
I'm
can switch on your
Biradar,
video
speaking
also,
from.
that's great. If you can switch on your video, that's great. Otherwise, मला असं वाटतं की आकाशवाणी होती कुठून तरी.
Yes, sir. I'm Biradar, madam, speaking from Day-1 Patil College.
Yeah.
I'm teaching for the first year students, basic electronics engineering, and I am the coordinator of the project-based learning. They did the projects actually due to the COVID and all. They did the projects on Arduino. I think Arduino is okay for first year students, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, let them do, no issues.
They have done a lot of good projects actually.
Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And they have used the Arduino with the Tinkercad software they used actually.
Perfect.
Due to the
So, great.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sign
Thank you.
करून देऊ का?
It's okay, I feel, na, sir, if they use Arduino. Somebody says that Arduino is not okay, but first year level, I feel it is okay.
Mobile numbers again.
See, what is important is what they are doing,
Yes, sir. Yes.
how they are approaching.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, let me turn on my camera. Just 1 minute. Yeah, am I visible?
I am afraid no, not yet. Yes, you are now.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I am Amol Latske from D.Y. Patil College of Engineering Technology, Lohagaon. So we do have this practice of having reviews for projects. So initially, some group of panel will give the take the reviews. So how long the reviews should be? What could be the duration of the reviews when the projects are there? So when we are putting between the two reviews.
You are giving at present?
Yeah, sir.
How much time you have planned to give, or you are already giving?
For a B project, we are going for phase wise. I am from computer engineering department, so we have some phase wise for B project.
You are giving. How much time is how many times you are giving, or how much time you should give? What you are asking?
No, how much time we should give for each between two reviews? Yeah.
Each review.
Yeah.
So how much time you have planned now?
So currently we give 15 days between two reviews for B projects like that, so that we can monitor what they are doing. But I am asking for
how much time you should give between two reviews.
Yes, between two reviews for project.
So
ideally, what should be the time? That's what I am asking.
Oh, it is a very difficult question in one sense.
Yes,
but depends on the culture of the college also. But at VIT, what we are doing, I can tell.
Yes.
We have in the initial months, because we have a project in a semester, not year-long project. So a semester-long project. So first 1 month, we take first after first 1 month we take the first review, and then every review after 15 days.
Okay.
Because initially the work takes time.
Yes.
But later on, it is necessary to take review so that keep them on their toes.
Yeah. That's what I also.
Initially, 20-30% time, and then after every 20-15% time, you should suppose 100 the time available for 100 units. So 20-30 units होने के बाद ही first review, and then after 15-20 units, you can start.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions?
Hello, sir. Hello.
Can I ask? Hello.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, what is the base difference between PBL and PCL? You talk about the PCL. Is it the part PCL is a part of PBL? Means Second question is in PBL whether there is a hardware is required, means whatever the topic that student has taken, he is supposed to do hardware for it. Hello.
Yeah, I heard your
Am I
question,
audible?
sir. I heard your question. I understood your question. May I answer now? See, first thing is PBL and PCL has no connection with hardware or software. It can be pure hardware, it can be pure software, it can be a blend of these two or anything. PBL, as I told, it is project-based learning. Project-based learning means whatever you learn, you relearn it through projects. You better learn it through projects, right? And what is project-centric learning? Project-centric learning is you have not learned anything, any theory now, and you want to design something, and you understand, you find out what are the things required to learn that, to do that project, and you learn all those things. I will give a very simple example. Now, suppose it is a very cooking example I am giving. Cooking. Sepak. So, as I gave this example that I have learned today how to make kofta. So what I do, I tell my guest, would you like to eat kofta? And then I cook kofta because I have learned already kofta. I have the knowledge of doing kofta. But next day, I ask the guest, what do you want to eat today? So they say malai methi matar. ऐसा कुछ तो भी सब्जी है ना, matar malai methi. And I do not know what is it. Then I search, I learn, and then I cook it. So this is project center. So the problem, they say that our laborers are getting killed while plucking the tea leaf. Do something. Oh, you have to do something. What can be done? Then I think entirely, and I understand a robot should be designed. But I do not know what is robotics. So I learn right from the robot. Stepper motor, say sensor, everything I learn. I also need to program the robot. So I learn Python also. So everything I learn. So what is learning? I am learning. But centered around what? Centered around a project. Right? So project is the main thing. The project-based learning, knowledge is the main thing. Knowledge is there, I want to apply to the project. And in project-centric learning, project is there, I want to learn what is required to do the project. This I have told in the slides also. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. Can I speak, sir?
Yeah, please.
Sir, can I speak?
Yeah, please.
Sir, I am Sanjeev Tatuskar from PES Modern College of Engineering. My suggestion towards our PBL is that this being Corona circumstances, we should allow more students to do the software related projects.
Yes.
So that they are not required to go out and get exposed to the infection, in my opinion.
Yes. If they request, we should allow. If they request, we should allow.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
But if the student has decided to do a hardware software blend, then we should also not stop him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any more queries? Okay, sir, I will conclude your session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Sir, thank you very much for enlightening us with the topic project-based learning principles and philosophy. You mainly focused on project-based learning and project-centric learning. You very well explained skills developed through PBL and PCL, that is peer learning, team management, emotional intelligence or emotional quotient, problem solving, decision making, service orientation, critical solving, also cognitive flexibility, then again presentation, group discussion, technical writing and designing, logical ability, secondary some principle, this also you have explained. During your session you also have given many project based learning ideas. Also you suggest how to encourage the students by conducting technical competitions. We are truly very happy with your session, sir. On behalf of Department of Electronics and Telecommunication, AISSMS College of Engineering, I would like to thank Dr. Jalnekar, sir, and also looking forward to deliver your thoughts in upcoming programs organized by our college and department. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you to all the participants, and hope that we can further communicate and learn from each other. Thank you so much. Good luck to
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
आपण
Shinde sir
Vikas
is there.
Shinde sir is there. Yes, sir. So our next speaker is available with us. Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome for the third session on PBL. We have Dr. Vikas Shinde sir with us. I would like to introduce Dr. Vikas Shinde sir. Dr. Vikas Vitthal Shinde is working as professor in Mechanical Engineering Department and Director of Center of Excellence in Project-Based Learning at Vishwaniketan Institute of Management, Entrepreneurship and Engineering Technology, Khalapur, Mumbai University. He is the first Indian PhD in project-based learning from Aalborg University, Denmark, awarded by UNESCO Chair in Project-Based Learning. He received prestigious Erasmus Mundus Mobility for Life Scholarship from European Union in the year 2010 to 2014. He worked as Erasmus Project Coordinator and he has been nominated as steering committee member for the project monitoring of 6 countries, which includes Denmark, Spain and Bulgaria. He has 20 years teaching and administrative experience. He has published 7 textbooks, 1 international e-thesis. He has published 43 journal papers and also 2 patents. He is guiding 6 PhDs in the area of engineering and project-based learning. He has trained more than 6,000 teachers through 196 national and international workshops on project-based learning and various teaching learning methods. His research areas include project-based learning model designs, human-centered design, and hydrogen energy. He has visited 6 international universities, which mainly include Aalto University, Finland, Coventry University, UK, and Oxford University. He is passionate entrepreneur who owns a private limited company. Sir, we at AISSMS College of Engineering, we are fortunate to have Dr. Vikas Shinde sir, an expert in project-based learning. I request sir to start your session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Just please confirm me whether I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction and also for invitation. I have a little bit trouble with my internet today, but I will try that because I'm logged in 2 devices, one on mobile and one on desktop. So let's see when I somehow can manage both way. But have you allowed me to share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me how much time I have so that I can accordingly
Sir,
manage my
timing is
time?
up to 4 o'clock.
Sorry?
Sir, to 4:15, sir, you can continue.
Up to 4:15. So I have 1 hour 20 minutes. So what I will do, I will talk for 1 hour and then I will leave 15 minutes for question answer. Will that be okay?
Okay, sir.
Yes, okay. Sir, no issue.
And just to manage the bandwidth, I'll be closing my video. So just bear with me if I close my video. Okay. Can you see my screen? And okay. Once again, thank you. Just now I was listening with Professor Jalnekar and in the morning session, Dr. Inamdar and the guests. I will just re-emphasize that project-based learning itself is a very new and niche concept in India. And sir has informed a story about how he has started his vision of implementing PBL right from 2000 and now, 20 years down the line. And let me tell you, I was a part of his journey. Almost 15 years we are working together. And I am being a very passionate advocate of project-based learning. I'm in with him since last 10 years in his vision. And incidentally, now it's become my vision of life to help teachers to implement project-based learning approaches in their curriculum, in their institutions, in their courses, and so on and so forth. But what I'm going to share today is more a fundamental of problem and project-based learning rather than focusing more on what we really need to do. My focus would be on why we really need to do, because everybody knows that PBL is a key buzzword now, and everybody key into that how we can implement. But I believe when we understand something properly, then we can implement properly. And when I'm listening to the questions, that questions are more basics on from coming from the practice rather than scientific understanding. So with this note, I'll start my presentation. I always believe this, that whatever the student learns, whatever he does, and the philosophy of project-based learning starts from this simple principle that student somehow needs to be active in his learning. And whenever this happens, he learns better. Especially when you have engineering, which is more specifically, we have a student profile coming from 12th, where the teacher is taking all the things and training, and then some practicals, and finally the students give a common examination where students were tested on the rote learning, that is the memory. The good change is happening because nowadays the focus is on more on creating the employability and the life skills rather than providing the existing knowledge. But most importantly, the notion of implementing PBL comes from some change is required in a traditional education because our students are not active learners. Critical employability in life skills are missing, and that's why that drive are nowadays coming in Indian education system, where they want to move from some traditional education system to the active learning pedagogies, and PBL is one of them. But it is more than that, which I'll share when I start my more detail about project-based learning. But when I see the learning, if you see the picture here, you can see that a kid is trying to learn the archery. And when I see the learning, because I'm going to the fundamentals of learning, where learning, in my opinion, is something which can be exhibited, something can be demonstrated, something is related to capacity to do something. Learning cannot be in your mind, learning has to be exhibited. How a teacher can understand a particular kid is been learning or not, unless and until he can exhibit to do something. And if you relate to the Professor Jalnekar's talk, he was talking about more about doing something, surveys, projects. So the students are active in it. And he also talked about the outcomes of that work, patents, publications. So if the students can demonstrate what they have learned, then you can definitely see that learning has happened. And that is the basically I call as education. When I say education, if you remember earlier Gurukul systems, where there was someone called as a guru, who is a very learned person, and there are decibels. And the role of the teacher was to handhold them, facilitate them, and help them to learn better things. And this is done especially in a Gurukul system in ancient days. And nowadays we have schools, institutes, and universities. But remember, things are not changed. Things are not changed. Yes, there is a teacher. Yes, there is a learner. And yes, there is a system. And all these three things together creates an education system. But whenever we see what is education, I believe when it can change the behavior of the students, I believe when we can inculcate some professional skills, and obviously you can make them ready for a jobs. Ethics and values, creating a future citizens, and education. If I go back to the Dr. Ambedkar's quote, if he can learn, he will socially empowered. So that is socially upbringing. So in my opinion, the idea of education comes from the root that learning happens. Learning is demonstrable, and learning can change the students' behaviors. If this happens, we'll safely say we are educating people. If this is not happening, we need to change. And where this is where the PBL comes.
Hello, you are not audible, sir. You are not audible, sir. You are not audible, sir.
Hello. Can you try? What is in the picture?
Shinde sir, you are not audible.
Hello.
Sir, you
Is it
are
audible?
not audible.
Just a minute. Now is it audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Little bit you are audible. It is not clear, but voice is breaking.
Okay, just check it now.
Yeah, now it is coming.
Yeah, okay. I was asking a question, what you can see in the screen. I was sharing this screen. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Because I want more interaction to happen, because I'm not taking much time. Because if you interact with me, I will be able to explain properly rather than one-way communication. Okay. What you can see here, a person.
Sir.
This is a student who is coming from a 12th science background, and he has a brain, he has a heart, and he has a basic limbs. And you know, the domains of any education are divided in three basic parts: cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. And why this is because the anything which you do with the brain is called as a cognitive domain. Anything which you do affectionately, your motivation, attitudes, attachment comes from the heart, and your basic skills which you have hands-on trainings, whatever you do with your limbs comes from the psychomotor. And the education is something which is about helping students to develop all these domains. And at the same time, God has gifted us with sensory organs like eyes, which He can help us to see, ears to hear, skin to touch, tongue to taste, and nose to smell. And the holistic education is the education which helps students to integrate all these basic organs in education. And especially project-based learning comes in this holistic development of our students, where his cognitive brain is being challenged, he's affectionately related to projects, and then his limbs are being provided with the much needed skills. So as a institutions, our role is to transform the student from a 12th science students to a new set of skills where his knowledge is enriched, his attitude and behavioral skills are enriched, and the skills are enriched. And how we do it? We do with some curriculum, learning experiences, and giving them a basic education. So in this domain, in this context, I want to explain what really a PBL stands for. If you take a PBL, in my opinion, is more on problem-based project work, where we have these two words coming from different domains. If I go to the history, then a first really term problem-based learning came from McMaster University, Canada in 1968. And at the same time in 1974, Aalborg University started with a project-based learning, from where I have completed my PhD. And what I'm going to share with you that how Aalborg is practicing PBL, and then how Vishwaniketan has taken a motivation from Aalborg University and has developed different models to practice PBL. And in this journey, if you have any question, you can at any time you can stop me and you can ask me question. So don't wait for a question and answer session, because I want you ask questions in between. So basically, if you see the problem-based and project-based learning models, this always starts with the identifying the real-world problems. Next 5 minutes, you listen carefully, because this is a different set of practice which Aalborg is practicing since many years. What they do, they first identify a cluster of problems. That problems may come from real life problems, industrial problems, needs, or national need or global needs, or any future technology which they want their students to learn. Based on this cluster of problems, they develop their curriculum. They develop their syllabus, they develop their content, and they develop their assessment methodologies. Their assessment is more on project based rather than content based or learning based, which is on theoretical ground. So once this curriculum is developed, content is developed, they train teachers to solve these problems, because training of a teachers is very, very essential part in any PBL activity, because teacher has to empower. Teacher has to be capable enough to guide the projects. And that's why the training of a teachers is very, very essential and a core part of Aalborg. And once they have been trained enough on the problems, their classroom teaching will start. Normally, they have very, very less classroom teaching, close to 20 to 30 hours of teaching, because they don't believe on teaching. It's more on facilitation. Their lab, their infrastructure, their field experiences are curated to help students to learn to solve the real world problems. And then the students are allowed to work in groups independently in the presence of a mentor, and where the students apply whatever they have learned in a class and they try to solve the problems. And when they do that, they actually address the problem solving. At the same time, they apply whatever they have learned from the classrooms. And very often these problems are different, and these are characterized by different researchers. And I'm going to share that how a teacher can identify such kind of problems which are really characterized as PBL problems. In my upcoming slides, it is coming. So in a nutshell, if you see the Aalborg model, the problem is at the center of the Aalborg University model, where the teacher has defined the learning goals, Classroom instructions are aligned to solve the problems. Infrastructure is augmented to solve the problems, and assessments are designed to solve the problems. So this is what they call as a learning organized around the problems, and they call as a problem-based, project-based learning model, where problem is at the center of the curriculum, not at the periphery of the curriculum. Typically, in Indian education system, which I call in overall, that there is an element of a project which is added into the curriculum, and which is what I call as a add-on strategy, because it's not central to the curriculum. But then the students are asked to do some projects, and then the students do the projects and they submit something. In my opinion, that is not a project-based learning. Doing projects is not a project-based learning approach, which problem-based and project-based learning approach, which I believe. Why I will come to that point, that how it is not helping us to get the whatever the outcomes we desire. So basically, what they do, the whole problem is converted into a curriculum, and the curriculum, we know as a teachers that the curriculum has a courses to be taught or maybe learned by the students. And what is the difference here, that majority of a portion in a Albog model is given to the learning from the projects, rather than in our case is a very minor portion. If we have a 750 marks as a curriculum, in which there will be only 20 to 50 marks of a project work which is given to the students. But in typically in Albog, what they do, they have a 50% of a margins, and more importantly, whatever they learn in the course, whatever they acquire knowledge from the course, is directly useful for applying on the projects. And this course, which has been taught in a class, are directly related to the projects they are doing. So they have created the win-win situation where the students learning the courses in a class. In a class, they already have a lab work, which is again related to the hands-on skills. And whatever they learn, they can apply on solving the real world problem. And why it is called as a projects? Because the context comes from the problems, but when they do some work, it is related to the project based. So this way the examinations are also project based. Students can fail in a projects if they don't follow the assessment guidelines. And this way the Albog is creating a model where students are learning in problem based, project based learning environment. So how they do it? Because there has to have some kind of a framework, and that framework comes from Barrows. Barrows is a scientist who has developed PBL taxonomy in 1986. What he said, that the learning needs to be student centered, that you cannot have a teacher centered pedagogy where the teacher is taking all the roles. Teacher is learning the books, teacher is preparing the presentations, teacher is reading the notes, and then providing already available information in the books and giving to the student. No. So he said that learning has to be student centered. It will happen in a small students groups, and the teacher or the tutor acts as a facilitator or a guide. And then the problem which are used are encountered as a tool for solving the real world problems, and it's more on self-directed learning. In a question answer just 1 hour before, there was a question whether the students are allowed to do a software project or hardware projects. See, it is more importantly the choice of the projects or choice of the problems should be given to the student side. We should help students to have a self-directed learning. That is what the PBL believes. And acquiring new information. So this is a theoretical definition of a Barrows, which is in any way it helps us to align what is the PBL philosophy is all about. But if you go to the more on a latest development in a PBL, which I believe is very, very important, and is taken by Indian universities is a taxonomy developed by Professor Graf and Kolmos. What they say, there are three domains of a learning, and there are three domains by which students can learn in a PBL environment. The first important domain is a cognitive domain. Second domain is a content domain, and the third domain is a social domain. And all these are coming from the scientific base. For example, if I talk about a cognitive domain, it comes from the Cobb's learning theories of reflective learning theory. There is a Professor Cobb who has developed a very good reflective theories. The content learning principles more comes on John Piaget's principles of social and constructivist theories. So the PBL is a scientific method. PBL is not about doing the projects. PBL is about more on practicing something which is really useful. If you compare with the fundamental differences with the traditional and PBL based pedagogies, unlike in a traditional set, teacher has a central role. In PBL, student has a central role. In PBL, more two of type of knowledge. There is a new information has to be created when they work on any problem-based scenarios, rather than compared to the fundamental traditional set, which is more on intent of giving the inputs like content or teaching learning. In a problem-based learning, it's more on outcome-based education, creating something outcomes. Let's go in deep more on how PBL is helping our students to learn cognitive learning. So the most important point which everybody should understand here, in PBL, learning is organized around the problems. Learning is organized around the problems. And the most important task which every PBL practitioner should do is to identify the problems which can help their students to learn. How a teacher can do that? There has to have some guidelines. So I am going to give some guidelines for all of you, that how you can choose a good problem so that students can learn much better compared to the traditional learning process. So let's understand this. The first and four important characteristics, which I think is very important for the students to develop their cognitive abilities, is to provide them more challenging, complex, difficult, and engaging problem to solve. Why this is so? Because if you ask them to do something which they already know, they will not learn. If they already know something, they will do something that is more on psychomotor domain, and they will submit. They will not develop their brain. If you want your students to develop their brain, give them more challenging and engaging projects, or ask them to identify a problem which is more challenging and engaging, because it will act as a teaser to their brain, something they need to scratch their brain. The second important characteristic, that the teacher should not define the problems clearly. It should be always ill structured. What is the meaning of ill structure is that many a times I have seen that teacher is helping students, okay, you design and develop something. So when you ask your students to design and develop something, you are limiting your students only for design and develop. You should not limit your students only for designing and developing. Let them explore, let them understand the problem. Because unless and until they understand the problem, they cannot scope it. They cannot define it. And I have seen till last years of engineering, students are not able to define the problem, although they have worked on many projects. So that's the difference. Unless and until they know that what is the real problem is about, they cannot provide you a solution. And teacher very dominantly do that you work on this project and then submit. No, let the students understand what the real problem is about. The third important dimension about a problem-based learning is asking students for inquiry and research. When students are understanding the problem, and when he refers to the various literatures, he will understand what he already know and what he need to know. So it will develop their students' self-learning capabilities, researching capabilities. And when they sit in the team, they will discuss what they really know and what they really need to know. And this will only come from a problem which has been chosen in a such a way that it is not well defined and it is challenging. And ultimately, the fourth characteristics, which I believe is very, very important, that it should not have a single solution. Why it should not have single solution? Because we want our students to innovate. We want our students to think differently. We want our students to think out of box critically. And that is where the cognition will come into the picture. To help you to learn this, I have one picture to in front of you. Can anybody tell me what you can see in this picture? Hello? Whether I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can somebody tell me what is there in this picture?
Participants?
It seems to be, yeah, it seems to be that windmill is on fire.
Yes, thank you for that. I just wanted to someone to speak rather than me. Okay. Windmill is on fire. Very good. Fantastic answer. Any other observation? Any other observation?
At the back side, it is burning, sir. Behind the blades.
Okay. Behind the blade is burning. See, why I have chosen this picture? Yeah, somebody wants to speak. Please speak.
Sir,
The fire is on the
I'm
upper side only.
fire in the helicopter.
Yeah, you see it's a helicopter, but it's a windmill which is burning. That's the correct observation. But more
And
importantly,
sir,
yeah,
there is a fire. The fire is on the upper side. This
yes, fire is
lower
on the
side
upper
is
side.
exactly okay. So it is in intact condition.
Yeah.
There is no problem with
Thank
the
you for
lower
all
side.
answers. Yeah. See, the windmill manufacturers, wind industry is suffering for this kind of a problem since many years. 20% of the revenue is given to the wind industry. Why? Because such things happens all the time. Now suddenly I want my students to solve this problem. What will be your opinion? What will be the immediate reaction of the students if I say students solve this kind of a problem? And I bet even the teachers cannot solve this because we are not trained to do that. Right? So these kind of a problems are real world challenging problems where students do not have any clue how to solve this. Rather, they don't know anything about the problem itself. And if you go typically to the PBL characteristics and apply these first characteristics, it's a challenging, complex, difficult, and engaging problem. Why? Because students have never tried it. But industry requires this kind of a problem solvers. Okay. The second thing is it is not well defined. I have not said anything about the problem. But I can only show you a picture that yes, there is something burning, and because of that, the windmill is getting catched a fire. But as an engineer, you need to solve this. This is a real world, cruel world where you can say that the real world problems are arising. Then, if you go back again, ask students for inquiry and research. If I give this problem to my students, the first thing which they will explore Can somebody tell me what they will explore first? Apply a logic.
The cause of fire.
Yes, fantastic. Who has answered?
Nitin.
Yes, thank you very much for that. The first thing which they will explore at what is actually causing the fire. So now they may go on YouTube, they may go on any research article, probably they may contact to anyone who is working in a wind industry, or they may visit the field. So this is what is the curiosity which is created due to the only one image, because you have given them a problem to solve. But students are not worried about the solution right now, because they are now exploring what is the really cause. And they found that yes, this wind turbine is been installed in a very windy area, because of which there is a lot of wind speed, and because of there is a generator, and that generator is generating a lot of current, and because of that there is a spark, and because of that it is a burning. Now they found a cause, but we want problem to solve. Now the fourth dimension will come into the picture, that they will start working on what could be the solution. They may think about creating something new, so that wind speed will be turbine speed will be controlled. Some students will say, okay, we'll work on a generator side. Some students will say, no, we'll work on something controller. Some students will say, okay, we'll be working on a blade design so that it can adapt to the wind directions, and so on and so forth. So one problem posed to the student will invite them to innovate. So first four characteristics are more on cognitive domain, where students will be asked to think beyond the classrooms, beyond
Hello. Hello. Sir, you are not audible. Hello.
Yes. Audible.
Vikas sir. Are you there, Vikas sir? Hello.
Excuse me, sir. You are not audible, sir.
Participant, please wait. I think Dr. Vikas sir is having some problem. Please wait. He will be joined soon. Participants, Dr. Vikas is facing some problem. He will be joining soon. Please wait.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Unfortunately, my network is down now, but I can speak.
Okay.
As and when I can share my screen, I will share on desktop.
Okay, sir.
So meanwhile, I was talking about more on identifying the PBL problem, which is more challenging, asking students for research and inquiry. It is not well defined and it is not having single solution. But I was talking about more on why these problems are so. So there should be some guiding principle. So the guiding principle is the content principle, where you cannot choose any problem in the world. You have to choose a problem which is addressing learning objective. So the teachers has to be very cautious while selecting a PBL problem, that he can think about, okay, what really he wanted your students to learn, what content he wants his students to learn, what kind of a professional skills he wants their students to learn. So that way, this content principle helps to learn more authentically. So the exemplary practice of practicing PBL very important for students and teachers. Is there any concept in a cognitive and content domain? So that's four dimensions of a PBL problem. Exception on the first four parts. Participants, do you have any question on the first four?
No, sir, you can continue.
Okay. So the content approach, which I was explaining, is more on addressing learning objectives. So, yeah, because what we want our students to learn is decided by the choice of the problem. If the problem is being chosen in a such a way that it is more interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, then the students will learn multidisciplinary things. If the problem is chosen only a disciplinary problem, then the students will only learn a discipline knowledge. So it all depends on teacher's perspective, what he want his students to learn. But remember, it happens both way. If you go by Alborg approach, Alborg choose the problems first and they design learning objectives. But typically in Indian context, we have a already curriculum design, courses design. So it's now to decide what kind of a learning objective I want my students to learn through this PBL exposure. And that way, the job of the teachers is more on confining, on identifying the PBL problems rather than helping them students to choose their own problems. That's one. The second is more important is autonomy. Who is choosing the problem? Based on the contextual requirement, based on the requirement of a course, based on the requirement of the curriculum, autonomy can be given to the students as well. In typically Vishwaniketan, what we do, we give autonomy to the students to choose their problems within a bracket, because we have developed frameworks, and within that framework, we ask our students to select their own problems. And by and large, our students are working on real world problems to solve this. Now, the third dimension, which is more important in any PBL activity, is called as a social dimension. The social dimension in a PBL is coming from constructivist approach of John Piaget, where he says that whenever the students are working on any real world problem, knowledge is constructed socially. Knowledge is constructed socially means that students working together develops knowledge about the problem. He develops ability to solve the problem working together with a team. Because when you work with a team, you have two important things. Because if I ask someone that why there is a team in a project-based learning approach, can anybody tell me why there is a team in a project-based learning approach? Why there is no single person?
Sir,
Parallel
each
processing.
student have their own area of excellence, so they can create a more creative project by using all that areas, some software based, some literature survey like that. So to make more creative model, we need different areas and of excellence on particular objective. That is my view.
Okay, very close to required answer. Yeah, please try. Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, may Nitin here. Yes, sir. Actually, what I'm thinking that when we talk about the problem, it's always a multidimensional, and you cannot solve a problem by looking at through only one angle. And the brainstorming plays a very important role because the number of views and when many people come in, right, they look from their own perspective, and there you can get a better solution, or there is a possibility to get a better solution.
Yes, very good answer. Very good answer. See, the limitation of a human brain. Individual human brain has a limitation. And whenever we have limitations, what we do, we take a help. From where we take a help? We take a help from our peers. And in PBL, by design, teamwork is there. Why? Because it comes from cognitive learning principle. Why it comes from cognitive learning principle? Because in PBL, you have chosen a problem. You have chosen a problem which is difficult problem. You can see this because I'm using now different technique. You have chosen a problem which is difficult and single person cannot solve it. And the single person, if he solves it, then it becomes more stressful to him. And when it becomes more stressful to him, the learning is lost. So what is done in PBL, that he has been given a helping hands, because where is the helping hand is coming from? Helping hand is coming from the teams. You can see here, the 4 students working together can create a wonderful solution compared to 1 student. Why? Because a single brain has a limitation. What is a single brain has a limitation? That his skills are limited, his abilities are limited, and because of which he cannot solve the real world problem. So the 4 students working together complement each other and they can give a better solution. And that's why a social approach is very, very important in PBL philosophy. So that's why by design, there is a teamwork in PBL. Many times, because that's been a practice in projects that there needs to be a team. But why there needs to be a team is coming from the roots of social constructivist approach, where John Pigge has said that knowledge is constructed socially. And that's why by design, there is a team in a PBL. If there is no team in PBL, it typically becomes a PhD problem, where a single person is addressing a problem for 3-4 years. So if you can leverage this to a teamwork, then it becomes more professional settings where our students are working on one problem and they are giving the solutions while working together. So what are the 2 important approaches which happens in a social approach? very important, collaborative learning approach and cooperative learning approach. Can somebody define what is cooperative and what is collaborative learning approach? Cooperative and collaborative. Yeah.
Collaborative means working together in a team with a different ideas. Collaborative ideas can bring a good solution.
Okay.
Whereas cooperative, I feel if one problem is solved by another, as you have given in 4 members in one group, so all together will go for one solution. All the thinkings of all 4 brains are different. So cooperatively, they will do.
Okay, very nice. Thank you for answer. Anyone want to try?
Sir, as far as my understanding, what we can say that the collaborative learning involves teacher also. It's a teaching learning methodology together to explore a significant question or create a meaningful project. Or as far as the cooperative learning, student works together in a group on a structured activity.
Yes. Yeah, you are on a right track. See, when a four people are gathered together and each one having individual brain, skill set, individual knowledge, let's say it's a K, A and S. Okay, so the knowledge of individual students is KAS. A is for attitudinal behavioral patterns and S is a skill. So if a problem chosen in a PBL is a challenging, it's not been defined properly, it's not having a single solution, then you require multiple brains to work on a single problem. So if you want to solve a bigger problem, then we have to share our workload. So what typically in PBL students do, students sit together, decide what they already know and what they need to know. Typically when they start PBL at the beginning, the team's knowledge is K1 plus K2 plus K3 and K4, because team has a knowledge about the problem. But whenever a problem is given significantly challenging, always knowledge required to solve the problem is much greater than combined knowledge of the students. That is why teamwork is required, because the skill set which is required to solve the PBL problem is much larger compared to the typical small scale projects. And that's why a social construction or teamwork come into the picture. Commenting on collaborative approach means what? Solving the problem together by sharing the workload to solve it. Now what typically happens in our teamwork, each team member decides their role into the problem solving, that he may do something, he may do something. So sharing something out of the problem is called as the collaboration. And later on, when you learn independently, explaining each other what he or she has learned already, that is called as a cooperative learning. So the collaborative learning independently, finding information independently for a given role in a team. And cooperative means whatever I have learned, I share to my team, so that the combined knowledge of a team go close to the knowledge required to solve the problem. So when the team is working on a problems, for every week, if they meet regularly, then their knowledge base to solve the problem is continuously increasing. Only knowledge is not sufficient to solve the problem. The skills which are required to solve the problem at the same time has to be enhanced. And for that, skill-based trainings are required. And students' gaps in learning. And typically, this is done by providing a knowledge from the courses and knowledge from the instructions or instructors. Any question on this? So what we have learned so far about PBL, I'll just make a recap. In PBL, there are three principles: cognitive, content, and social. Cognitive principle focuses on developing students' brains. Content principle is more on contextualization, what really your students want to learn. It may be a disciplinary knowledge or interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary knowledge. And the social is more on collaborative approach. In cognitive domain, the problem which is chosen is more challenging, complex. It is not well defined. It asks students to inquire and research, and it not have a single solution. And since the problem is chosen is very difficult, it has to be contextualized. And the contextualization comes from making the exemplary practice. A teacher can choose a problem addressing the objectives, professional skills, required depth and breadth, and theory and application of already learned knowledge. The social principle comes from collaborative and cooperative approaches where the group of students formed as a team work continuously for a certain period of a time on a common objective. That is what we call as a team. And they solve they learn they learn researching, they learn environment and connecting to the real world. This is how typically. When this happens, we need to very we don't know working. So Alpha has provided a group education systems. So we can create.
Sir, you are not audible clearly, sir.
I'm not audible. Okay.
Vikas sir, actually your voice is breaking.
Breaking.
Okay now.
No, sir, no.
Now, is it audible now properly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, what I was talking about is that Aalborg University has created the spaces where the students can sit together, learn together. And typically when we are creating a project-based learning environment, we need to create such spaces. And especially when we talk about our education system, we do not have such kind of spaces. So what we normally do, we normally ask students to work independently, and the teacher cannot have supervision because supervision is normally done in a teacher's room and the teachers are sitting in a room and then they call students to do supervision. But if you take Aalborg case, Aalborg has specially designed rooms for their students, which they can sit together, learn together. And such kind of environment we need to create. At Vishwaniketan, we have created different rooms where students can sit together, learn together. So because teamwork is very, very critical, in a PBL environment. So any question over this?
Sir, Nitin Shekapri here. I have two questions to ask. May I, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Vikas sir, actually the first question is related to if we have a problem, does it necessary that we need to go in the history of that problem? So it will be more beneficial for student to understand or to sensitize the functionality of that particular thing, or they will be in a position to define and understand that problem more clearly.
Okay, and a second question.
And the second question that very weird that it has been observed that mostly the pets urinate in the lift. Okay, and we want to solve that problem because government allows to keep the pet, and we have a multi-storage building in Mumbai and Pune, and when they travel through the lift, they have tendency to urinate in the lift, and we are trying to solve that problem. So that problem can come under the PBL.
Okay. I will answer these two questions separately now. See, first important thing as a teacher, what we want our students to learn is learn the abilities to identify the problem and learn the abilities to solve it, both. It is my experience that whenever you ask any student taking the examination, especially in a project work, for example, project work, if I ask them, okay, why you are doing this project? If they can answer their why, then they can really relate to the problem. And when you don't know why you are doing this project, often this project is not useful. And that's why India could not create the technology. Why India could not create the technology? Because we are busy in doing the projects which are not useful. The useful projects lies in a real world. So problem identification, problem understanding, and scoping and analyzing that problem becomes a central part of project-based learning processes. And when I say problem-based project work, it means that students initially identify the problems, they scope the problem, and they, in a team, they decide which part of the problem they want to work. And when they decide this, that which part of the problem they want to work, from then onwards, it more becomes a project. Before that, it becomes a problem. Problem analysis, problem scoping, problem understanding, and scoping the problem. That is what we call as a defining problem statement. And once we define a problem statement, you can define the objectives of a problem, what you really want to target, and then onwards your project starts. So the problem which you have said is a typical problem of a real world, which can be solved by the students, but then you need to bring the context into the picture. Which type of the class, which type of the exemplary knowledge will help students to solve this problem? So that is more important here. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Any other question?
We are also working on one real life problem, sir. In India, it's very common that we jump the signal or everyone jumps the signal. Okay. We have a whole system, but still we are not following it or people are not following it. So what we can do for that? That is the real life problem that we are facing right now, and we are trying to work on that. That what system we can build so that we can restrict the people. We are not in a favor of fining the people. We are in a favor of how we can restrict the people to not to jump the signals.
Is it a question or a suggestion?
No, sir. Actually, this can be a PBL problem or not. Means, can we put it in a PBL?
Yeah. If you consider the first four characteristic, yes, it happens in a cognitive domain. But if you take the last four characteristics, it doesn't fit into it because the
Exactly.
contextual.
लिंक आया क्या कुछ इसका
And that is where the typical, what I can say is a correction has to be made. Because if you have chosen a problem which is not contextualized, students will not have motivation to solve it. Even though it is a real world challenging project.
Means, what I can say that, or whatever we have discussed, we can say that the scope should be well defined. Then and only then that will be the meaningful problem. Because sir, I think you are mute.
Hello, Vikas sir. Vikas sir, can you hear me? Hello, Vikas sir.
हेलो सर ऑडिबल सर
Hello, Vikas sir, are you there? Participant, please wait for 1 minute. I will just call him and I will just confirm whether he is in position to continue or not. Please wait for 1 minute. And after that, means after this session, we will be sharing the quiz link to you. Only 10 questions are there, so please solve that without fail. And at last, means we will be sharing the feedback link also. So kindly fill the feedback also. And for the next day, for tomorrow, the same link will be continued for tomorrow as well as for the rest of the days. So no other link will be there, the same link. And for your information, so attendance will be monitored. So to get your certificate, so again and again I will not put the message on your group. So kindly join or kindly join. So please have a decorum and kindly attend the sessions from 1 to 4 p.m. Just today, because of that inauguration, we have started at 12. From tomorrow, 1 to 4 sessions will be there only for 3 hours. Thank you. Participant, quiz link is shared in chat box. You please, because I have discussed with Vikas sir, he is unable to again login due to network problem. So I request all participants to go through the quiz and solve it. And again, I am just sharing that quiz link on your group also. So please attend it. Vidya madam, you can conclude.
Yes, sir. Sir is not there, but I will thank sir for giving thoughts on the topic project-based learning principles and practice. His inputs are truly help for the participant to enhance their knowledge and practices in project-based learning field. On behalf of Electronics and Telecommunication Department, AISSMS College of Engineering, I would like to thank Dr. Vikas Shinde sir and also looking forward to deliver such sessions in upcoming programs that can be organized by our department and also by the college. I request participants to check the chat box. The link is available there. You can give the responses by 6 p.m. Thank you, participants.
But chat box is not.
Yes, ma'am. There is nothing in the chat box.
Madam.
Nothing in chat box.
Chat box is not
I have shared that link on your. So please check your WhatsApp groups.
Ma'am, sir, can you please share the WhatsApp group link because I am unable to join the group, WhatsApp group.
So the remaining participants, you can please
Incoming week, when we have, I think on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, we have practical, no?
Hello, sir. Where is the feedback link? On WhatsApp group, we got the link for quiz only.
Yeah. You please go ahead with quiz initially. I will share the feedback.
Okay, sir. On WhatsApp group?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Open to होते हैं